https://www.royalroad.cdn.com/public/covers-large/7800/marvel-of-secrets-marvel-secrets-marvel-g. Information. Table of contents URL https://www.royalroad.com/fiction/78004/marvel-of-bleach. Marvel, Demon of Secrets, Marvel x Bleach. By Pupp. Fanfiction HIATUS urban fantasy anti-hero lead superhero strategy non-human lead action adventure contemporary fantasy magic mythos strong lead supernatural. Warning: this fiction contains AI-assisted content, graphic violence, profanity, sensitive content. Jericho Swain was Odin's first child, the heir of Asgard's throne and the god of spirits. At least that's how it was supposed to be. When Swain was born, he was none of those things. Odin and the people of Asgard rejected him and called him a demon. Swain never forgot those things and accumulated his anger inside. When the time came, he would start the Ragnarök process, just like the prophecy said. This novel will take place in the Marvel Universe and will include some things from the Bleachuniverse, Shinigami, Hollows, etc. The main character will be an anti-hero. He won't kill innocents unless he has to, but he is not an angel of goodness either. I will get some inspiration from the Swain character in the League of Legends game while creating the main character's powers. There will be no main characters from the Bleach universe in the story. I might change this later. The character will be very weak at first, but his powers will increase rapidly as the plot progresses. I will use artificial intelligence to translate some parts of the story. That's why you might encounter grammar errors. There is no specific publication date. Also, I will definitely write this novel to the end. This is a novel written to pass time. So don't think that this is a masterpiece. 1. This is not power, this is a curse. 1. This is not power, this is a curse. Asgard. In the depths of Asgard's glittering buildings, there was a dazzling palace. This palace was made of pure gold like most other buildings. The gold used in the buildings showed how rich an empire Asgard was. The reason for this wealth was the king of Asgard, Odin, a divine being of godly level. Odin used all the power of Asgard and forced other races to work under him. The only thing that awaited the other races if they did not accept this was death. Thanks to Odin's power, Asgard quickly grew stronger and became a great empire that tried to conquer all 9 realms. Odin was also known as the guardian of the Yggdrasil tree that determined the fate of the 9 realms. This tree was a cosmic bridge that connected the 9 realms to each other. Today was a very important day for all the people of Asgard. All the people gathered in front of the door of the great palace and eagerly awaited the news to come. The reason why today was special was that Odin's first child was about to be born. While all the people were waiting outside with excitement and impatience, a woman was having a hard time inside the palace. The woman had brown hair and brown eyes. When you looked at her face, you felt an involuntary attraction. Actually, the reason for this was not the woman's beauty. The reason for this was the woman's powers. Frigga was raised by witches and met Odin on a planet. Odin was impressed by Frigga at first sight and took her with him by forgiving her. The relationship between the two grew rapidly and eventually they married and became the king and queen of Asgard. At first, the people of Asgard reacted to this marriage. After all, their king had married a sorceress from another race. But this reaction did not last long. Frigga, with her soothing nature and unconditional mercy, quickly earned the respect and love of all Asgardians. Frigga did not support the war, so she fought with Odin many times, but none of these fights stopped Odin. Frigga had to give him something he would value very much if she wanted to stop Odin. So Frigga got pregnant and finally gave birth to a child after 2 years of pregnancy. This child would be Odin's heir and Asgard's future. That's why all Asgardians were curious about the child's gender, name, and power. "Please hold on, my queen," said a servant as she put a cloth on Frigga's forehead. Frigga's body was soaked with sweat, and she was so exhausted that she couldn't even moan in pain. Frigga's face was full of wrinkles as if she had aged. No one who saw this understood what caused it, except one person. Odin looked at Frigga, who was suffering with thoughtful eyes. It was clear from his facial expression that Odin was in a big dilemma. His facial expression kept changing, and sometimes he put his hand on his chin in a thoughtful way. "What should I do?" Odin thought. He could clearly see that the baby in Frigga's womb was rapidly sucking her life energy. If this continued, the baby would be born successfully, but Frigga would die. Frigga was his only love, and he didn't want to lose her, but at the same time, he didn't want to endanger the life of his unborn child. While Odin was focused in a thoughtful way, Frigga looked at Odin and instantly understood what he was thinking. After all, there was no one in this world who knew Odin better than Frigga. "Let the child be born, please," Frigga said with difficulty. Although she had trouble breathing, she had a big smile on her face. Odin frowned when he heard Frigga's words. Frigga wanted the child to be born, but Odin was not ready to lose Frigga. Frigga was the best thing that came into his life. Frigga was compassionate to everyone and loved Odin incredibly. No matter what, Odin would never let go of Frigga. "Take the child out," Odin said in a harsh voice. The servants who heard his words turned to Odin in astonishment. A servant gathered courage and spoke. "Are you sure, my king?" "Taking the child out early could weaken or even kill him," said the servant. "Do as I say," Odin said. He knew the risk, and he didn't care about anything as long as Frigga was alive. The servant saw Odin's angry expression and walked towards Frigga. Frigga moaned anxiously when she saw the servants coming towards her. "No. Don't do this." "Odin." Frigga fainted from exhaustion when she shouted with her last energy. The baby in her womb was sucking her life energy so fast that it could probably kill Frigga in a month. When Frigga fainted, Odin took a deep breath and signaled the servants to do their job and then left the bedroom. Odin, who had incredible wisdom, did not even know why the child sucked Frigga's life energy. Nothing like this had ever happened in Asgard before. "May our supreme fathers help us." Odin said this and went to the throne room and sat on the throne after leaving the eternal spear Gungnir next to the throne. It was a mentally exhausting day, if not physically. Odin closed his eyes and fell asleep, hoping Frigga would be okay. He didn't even think the child would survive. Time passed quickly, and the excitement of the crowd outside the palace increased even more. The crowd talked impatiently among themselves, while crows gathered on top of the palace and drew circles. "Hey! What are these crows doing?" Someone who noticed the crows said this in astonishment. Everyone looked at the top of the palace at the same time and were surprised by what they saw. There were hundreds of crows on top of the palace, and they were constantly drawing circles. Before the people could recover from the shock, something else happened. The sky thundered and it started to rain. The crowd was very surprised to see this. In Asgard, it rained only once or twice a year, and it had already rained twice this year. The rain symbolized Asgard's fertility and wealth. But this rain was not a normal rain. The drops of this rain were red and smelled like blood. Shortly after the rain started, the bright sky quickly darkened. The artificial sun shining in the sky quickly lost its brightness and slowly turned red. This artificial sun was made by Odin and had no difference from the normal sun. When the sun turned red, the color of the atmosphere changed rapidly and turned red. Gawk! 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 As the atmosphere changed rapidly, the crows flying in the air screamed angrily. The crowd outside the palace was so surprised that they opened their mouths and didn't say a word. This scene reminded them of Ragnarök, the end of the gods and humans. In Ragnarök, the sun would turn red and the crows would make terrible noises. But Ragnarök had not come yet. Then what were these? Inside the palace, Odin, who was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, felt an energy he did not recognize and quickly opened his eyes and took the eternal spear Gungnir next to the throne. Is Asgard under attack? Who dares to do this? Asgard was in its golden age and was the most powerful empire in this universe. Even if other empires united and attacked Asgard, they could not defeat Asgard. Odin was aware of this and quickly calmed down and examined the energy he did not recognize and searched for the center of the energy. This energy was not similar to the divine energy of the Asgardians or the magic power of the sorcerers. This energy was spreading so much evil around that those close to this energy were involuntarily falling into bad thoughts. This energy was acting as if it had a consciousness and was wandering around the palace as if exploring the palace. Odin had never felt such a bad energy in the most powerful dark sorcerers and the worst witches. Even the demons in Mephisto's dimension did not emit such energy. The time Odin spent thinking about these was only 1/10 of a second. Odin was one of the most wise and intelligent beings in the universe, and his wisdom was growing rapidly day by day. When Odin saw that the source of the evil energy came from the bedroom, he frowned and started walking towards the bedroom. "I hope what I thought didn't happen," Odin whispered with a worried expression. Even though he was sitting on the throne with his eyes closed, he focused all his divine energy on the bedroom and felt everyone who entered and left the room. While Odin was sitting on the throne, no one who was unfamiliar to the bedroom had entered, which left only one option. The cause of the evil energy was the newborn child. Odin did not want to believe this, but he knew it was true. With this thought, he quickened his steps and came to the front of the bedroom door in just 10 seconds. In Odin's hand was the eternal spear Gungnir, the most powerful weapon of Asgard. This spear was a symbol of Odin's divine power and moved with him. When Odin was here, he could feel that the intensity of the evil energy was much higher. He frowned and opened the door quickly and entered the bedroom. When Odin entered the bedroom, he saw Frigga and 3 servants looking at the newborn baby with smiles on their faces. The servants bowed respectfully as soon as they saw Odin and left the room quietly. Frigga reached out to Odin and called him to her side. "Doesn't Frigga feel this energy?" The servants in the palace were strong warriors, but their divine senses were very low. In fact, the situation was the same in all of Asgard. Asgardians with strong divine senses were serving as commanders in the army. The surprising thing here was that Frigga did not feel this scary energy. Frigga was the second most powerful sorcerer in Asgard, and her senses were much higher than all Asgardians. Frigga was the goddess of nature and life. Her magic was connected to the souls of living beings. Did the decrease in life energy weaken her so much? Odin asked himself. While Odin was lost in thought, a foreign feeling that filled him saved him from his thoughts. This feeling made him feel as if all his secrets were being seen by someone. When Odin looked at the newborn child, he learned the cause of this feeling. A pair of purple eyes looked at Odin curiously. These eyes were small and bright. When Odin saw these eyes, he likened them to 2 small universes. There were white sparkles in the depths of the purple eyes that looked like stars. It was as if he was naked in front of these eyes. "Come and look at our child," Frigga said. It was obvious from the tiredness on her face that she had just woken up, and she was looking at Odin with a big smile. Frigga was not angry with Odin for what he did. After all, Odin had made this decision thinking of her, and this was not important anymore. The child was born alive and was breathing now. That was what mattered. Odin slowly left the eternal spear Gungnir and walked towards the baby in Frigga's lap with curious eyes. When Odin got close enough, he examined his child. Surprisingly, the child's hair color was exactly like Odin's white. He had bright purple eyes, and it was obvious that he would be very handsome when he grew up. "Isn't he cute?" Frigga asked. "I'm sure he will be as strong as his father when he grows up," she added. Odin slowly took the child from Frigga's arms and examined him more closely. The bad energy coming from the child had clearly decreased and was no longer spreading pressure around. Odin looked at the child for a while and then turned to Frigga. "Are you okay?" Odin asked. It was obvious from his expression that he was very worried. Frigga was surprised when she heard Odin's question. Did he notice that my life energy decreased? Frigga had been feeling her life energy decrease rapidly since she became pregnant, but she did not care about it and let the baby suck her life energy because she was afraid that it would affect the baby's health. Frigga was not a god like Odin, so she used magic energy instead of divine energy to do magic. Sorcerers who used magic power to do magic would weaken as their life energy decreased. This was exactly what happened to Frigga. Her life energy had dropped to critical levels and she had lost almost all of her magic powers. Our child has a different power, but he is still our child, Frigga said with great compassion. Odin looked at Frigga expressionlessly and then looked at the child in his arms thoughtfully. Frigga felt uneasy when she saw Odin's thoughtful expression. Odin walked slowly towards the bedroom door with the child in his arms. When Odin came to the front of the door, he stopped and looked back at Frigga, turning his head slightly. "This is not power, this is a curse," Odin said, and left the bedroom with slow steps. "He is your child too, Odin. Don't do anything wrong," Frigga shouted, gathering all her strength. Although Frigga shouted after Odin, Odin had already made his decision and was now walking towards the entrance door of the palace. The reason for walking towards the entrance door was to inform the people that a new child was born. All the people were eagerly waiting for this moment. When Odin came out of the palace door, everyone who was talking about the atmosphere around them fell silent. Odin raised his head and looked at the red sky and the red sun. He was sure that the cause of this anomaly was the child he was holding. He approached the people with steps and stopped when he got close enough and watched the people below. "Asgard," Odin shouted. His voice spread throughout Asgard like thunder. "Today, a new child was born to Asgard," Odin said. His voice was very low, but it was heard clearly throughout Asgard in a magical way. Actually, the crowd who heard Odin's words was very surprised. The reason for this was that Odin spoke of the child as if he was not his own. "The child's name," Odin said and paused. "Jericho Swain," Odin said. "God of," he hesitated after saying that. "No," he whispered to himself. "Demon of secrets." Odin shouted with determination and turned his back and returned to the palace with the baby in his hand. Odin left a curious and astonished crowd behind and entered the palace. When Odin entered the palace, the red atmosphere in the air quickly disappeared and the rain stopped. "Demon of secrets?" Only 2 seconds after Odin left, the crowd started to argue loudly. Odin first spoke of the child as if he was not his own. Secondly, he did not give him his own surname, and finally he called the child a demon. It was clear that Odin was rejecting this child. Power levels. Power levels. Shinigami. 1. Tied level 1 to 3, asterisk. Newly graduated Shinigamis or low-ranked members. 2. Level 4 to 5, asterisk. Mid-ranked members or experienced Shinigamis. 3. Level 6 to 7, asterisk. Captain level Shinigamis. They are powerful characters with usually high levels of Ryuryoku. 4. Level 8 to 9, asterisk. Elite captains or extraordinarily powerful Shinigamis. 5. Level 10 asterisk. Legendary characters. This level represents the highest level of Shinigamis in terms of special abilities, experience, and amount of Ryuryoku. 1. Power level 1 to 3, asterisk. Soul Watcher. 2. Power level 4 to 5, asterisk. Soul Protector. 3. Power level 6 to 7, asterisk. Soul Guardian. 4. Power level 8 to 9, asterisk. Soul Judge. 5. Power level 10, asterisk. Soul Ruler. Hollow. 0, asterisk asterisk newborn hollows, 1 to 3 asterisk. These hollows are at the bottom of the hierarchy. 1. Timed Jillian 4 to 5, asterisk. Jillian are the lowest level of the hollow hierarchy. They are usually low energy and move in large groups of giant hollows. 2. Ajuchuchas 6 to 7, asterisk. HIATUS are hollows that have undergone Gillian evolution and gained more power. They usually have more complex abilities and tend to move alone. 3. Vasto Lord, 8-9, asterisk. Vasto Lord are beings that have undergone HIATUS evolution and risen to the most powerful hollow type. Vasto Lord are usually chosen from among the Espada members who are very powerful and have complex abilities. 4. Legend Hollow, 10 asterisk. Legendary hollows are the most powerful hollows, usually appearing in a special story or under certain conditions. These hollows can be stopped by very few beings. Divine beings Asgard Olympus. Phi 1. Divine energy level 1 to 3 asterisk. These beings have light divine energy. They may not have particularly noticeable divine abilities, but they may have certain advantages. 2. Divine energy level 4 to 5 asterisk. These beings have medium-level divine energy. This may include abilities such as extraordinary strength and durability, light magic abilities, or supernatural perception abilities. 3. Divine energy level 6 to 7 asterisk. These beings have a strong level of divine energy. They may have demigod or godlike powers. For example, strong combat abilities, magic abilities, or supernatural connections may emerge at this level. 4. Divine energy level 8 to 9 asterisk. These beings are divine beings with very high divine energy. They may have abilities to control universal powers, magical mastery, or intervene in realistic dimensions. 5. Divine energy level 10 asterisk. These beings have the highest level of divine energy. They may have abilities to control the basic concepts of the universe, manipulate realistic dimensions, or represent the fundamental creative forces of universal existence. 1. Divine energy level 1 to 3 asterisk. Low-level divine being. 2. Divine energy level 4 to 5 asterisk. Mid-level divine being. 3. Divine energy level 6 to 7 asterisk. High-level divine being. 4. Divine energy level 8 to 9 asterisk. Universal guardian. Divine level divine being. 5. Divine energy level 10 asterisk. Infinite creator. Universal level divine being. 2 demon. A note from Pupp. 4,000 words, skull and crossbones. 2 demon. Odin, ignoring the curious and astonished gazes of the crowd behind him, slowly walked towards the bedroom. Odin did not regret what he had done. For Odin, who was now in the spring of his youth, only power mattered. If the child proved himself, Odin would accept him as his own child. Odin looked at the baby in his hands as he walked and wondered what kind of being the baby was. There was no divine energy in this baby, so he was not a god. He also did not feel any magical energy from the child, so the child could not be a wizard either. The only energy he felt from the child was the malicious energy that gathered on the left side of the child's chest. Odin clearly felt that this energy was much more dangerous and uncontrollable than divine energy or magical energy. The child would become a very powerful being if he learned to control this energy in the future. Odin felt uneasy as he looked at this child. There was a spark of intelligence in the depths of the child's bright purple eyes. It was as if the child understood what Odin was saying. "May the Supreme Fathers guide you," Odin said and stopped in front of the bedroom door. Odin heard a crying sound from inside. This sound clearly belonged to Frigga, and Odin's face fell when he heard her crying. Odin composed himself and entered the bedroom with determination. "What do you think you are doing?" Frigga shouted. Tears were streaming down her face and her body was shaking with anger. "My queen, your body is weak right now. Please calm down," the maid said with a worried expression on her face. Frigga did not care about the maid's words and continued to scream. He was your child too. He was our child." Under Frigga's screams, Odin silently waited with the baby in his hand and waited for Frigga's anger to subside. Frigga was right. This was their child, but there was something inside Odin that made him uneasy. Odin was sure that the reason for this uneasiness was this child. As Frigga shouted at him, Odin just waited. The only person Odin could not resist was Frigga. When Frigga finally stopped and caught her breath, Odin spoke. "Power is respected in Asgard. The child will earn my and my people's respect if he becomes powerful in the future," Odin said, and gently placed the baby in Frigga's lap, then started walking towards the throne room. As Odin turned his back and walked away, a pair of bright purple eyes followed him attentively. There were signs of intelligence in the depths of these purple eyes, albeit small. These eyes seemed to understand Odin's words. These eyes seemed to accept the challenge Odin gave him. These eyes seemed to change Odin's fate. In a dark, spacious room, a man suddenly got up and held his left eye. The room was quite large and luxurious. The windows of the room were closed and the curtains were drawn. This caused the room to be pitch black. "Damn memories," the man groaned and slowly opened his eyes. When the man opened his eyes, a pair of bright purple eyes appeared in the darkness. The purple eyes were so bright that they were very easily visible even in the pitch-black room. The man cursed and got up and walked slowly towards the window. He parted the curtains and let the sunlight in. When the sunlight lit up the room, the details of the room and the man's face appeared. The room looked like a royal room and was very messy. There were wine bottles and various clothes scattered in the corners of the room. The room looked like it had not been cleaned for a long time. The man did not hurry and pulled the curtain completely and opened the window made of gold. The man stuck his head out of the window and looked outside. There was nothing outside, just a forest that had no end. The forest contained 1,000 shades of green. The man had snow-white hair. His hair reached his shoulders and he had bright purple eyes. The man had a large nose and a large chin. The man's cheekbones were very prominent and his lips were pale. His skin color was light and his purple eyes and white hair were very compatible. The only thing on the man's face that was not compatible was his eyebrows. The man's eyebrows were brown in color, unrelated to his hair. This man was 35 years old and his real name was Jericho Swain. He was Odin's first and only child and should have been the heir to the throne under normal circumstances, but the circumstances were not normal. Swain was born without divine energy and his physical strength was very low compared to other Asgardians. In fact, Swain had no divine energy, but he had a very powerful and extremely destructive energy inside him, but using this energy was very harmful to Swain's weak body. He was rejected by other Asgardians and his father Odin because his power was not enough. That's why Swain built a house in the depths of the forest and lived there alone. In Asgard, the only person who showed love to Swain was his mother Frigga. Frigga always visited Swain and supported him. 20 seconds after Swain opened the window, a crow with black feathers came and landed on Swain's shoulder. The only feature that distinguished the crow from other crows was its eyes. One of the crow's eyes was purple, just like Swain's. "Tell me what happened in the last week," Swain said and walked towards the wardrobe with the crow on his shoulder. The wardrobe was the largest item in Swain's room. There were many clothes that Swain's mother had sewn in the closet. Swain admired his mother's sewing skills. Caw. Caw. C-A-A-W. The crow was making normal sounds, but Swain nodded understandingly as if he understood the crow. Swain was the only person who could talk to crows. "So I have magic and swordsmanship training today, huh?" Swain said, puffing. His mother gave him magic training, and this training was clearly useless. After all, Swain could not use the energy inside him. Swain had the energy required for magic from birth, but he could not release this energy. That's why he couldn't do magic. Sword training was very useful. In fact, Swain's skill on the sword was quite average, but he had to work hard on this if he wanted to get stronger. Swain wanted to get stronger and prove himself to Asgard. Asgard was a large and powerful country where Swain lived. Asgardians were very talented in sword and magic. Swain was an outcast among the Asgardians. A commander gave him sword training, and this commander was the most talented person in Asgard in terms of sword. The only bad thing about this person was that he'd Swain badly. In fact, everyone treated Swain badly, but this swordmaster was pushing his luck. Swain had to endure the insults and beatings he did. Swain put on black leather pants, a black shirt, and a black coat that reached his legs after leaving the house. The collars of the black coat he wore were long and reached his ears. There were raven feathers on the shoulders of the coat. The coat suited Swain very well. All of Swain's clothes were black. He didn't know why, but he loved darkness and shadows since he was born. He even felt relaxed in the dark. The sun is already at the top. It seems I will hear scolding from my mother again, Swain said, spreading his arms to both sides and raising his head to the sky. Just seconds later, 20 crows came to him and started spinning around him quickly. The crows spun around Swain for 20 seconds. Then the ground Swain stepped on changed. Swain suddenly found himself in one of the outskirts of Asgard. Swain lowered his arms and scattered the crows around him. With this skill, he could teleport over long distances. Of course, there was a limit. Swain could only teleport to places where crows could fly. Swain had teleported to one of the outskirts of Asgard. In fact, he could have teleported to the center of Asgard, but that would attract too much attention, and Swain did not want to attract attention. Especially in Asgard. Swain was a prince who lived in the palace in the center of Asgard, but the Asgardians did not accept him. Swain walked through the streets and slowly headed towards the palace. The Asgardians who saw him on the streets looked at Swain with disgust and pity. Swain was not surprised when he saw them. After all, he had been living here for 35 years and was used to it. Swain quickly reached the palace using the dark streets. The palace was the most magnificent structure in Asgard. The walls of the palace were covered with gold. There were various plants and animals in the palace garden. When Swain entered the palace garden, a few gardeners greeted him. Swain smiled at the gardeners. The gardeners were one of the rare people who did not treat Swain badly. Frigga was calmly drinking coffee in a room and waiting for her son to come. She was a little angry, to be honest. After all, her son was late for training again. Frigga wanted her son to do magic. Frigga had worked hard to teach her son magic, but her son could not do magic. Frigga could not understand why. She knew that her son had the energy necessary to do magic, but her son could not release this energy. Frigga finished her coffee and gracefully got up from the chair she was sitting in and walked slowly towards a table. There was a picture of Swain's childhood on the table. Frigga looked at the picture and smiled. There was a crow next to Swain in the picture. Swain was the only person who could talk to crows. Frigga thought this was a very interesting skill. Frigga put the coffee cup on the table and turned around. She walked back to the chair. When she came to the side of the chair, a smile appeared on her face. If your eyes weren't so bright, you would definitely be a very dangerous assassin, Frigga said, giggling. In a dark corner of the room, a pair of purple eyes looked at Frigga. In the darkness, no detail was visible except the purple eyes. You caught me again, Swain said, smiling, and came out of the darkness and went to the chair in front of Frigga and sat down. Swain had no respect in his movements. He sat in front of his mother and crossed his legs, waiting for her to speak. Actually, Swain was not disrespectful to his mother. The only reason he did this was that he was very close to his mother. His mother always treated Swain like a friend. As always, I ask again. Why are you late this time? Frigga asked. The smile on her face had given way to a serious expression. Her son was late for this magic training every time. I had some nightmares, so I woke up late again, Swain said without thinking. In fact, he said this every time he was late. Again, the same nightmare? My son, I was raised by witches. If you tell me your nightmare, I can tell you what it means, Frigga said with a worried expression. She did not want her son to suffer and believed that she could help him. Swain was silent and avoided eye contact when he heard Frigga's words. How could he tell his mother that these were not nightmares but memories? What would his mother say if he told her that he knew everything that happened after his birth, and even that he was the cause of his mother's weakening? That's why Swain always remained silent. Magic training is useless, Swain said, trying to change the subject. Frigga understood that Swain was trying to change the subject, and sighed with a defeated expression on her face. When you learn to control the energy inside you, all these trainings will work, Frigga said. She always believed in her son's potential. Swain frowned when he heard her words. You know that using the energy inside me means getting seriously injured, even dying. I will never be able to control the energy inside me, Swain said. In fact, he did not remember how many times they had this conversation. He tried to control the energy inside him many times, but they all resulted in injuries. Even if he used a very small part of the energy, this energy was harming his body. This energy seemed to not want his body. Frigga looked at Swain with sadness when she heard his words. Feeling the atmosphere getting heavier, Frigga quickly decided to change the subject. How is the process of infusing your energy into words going? Frigga asked. She asked this question, but she had no hope that this would happen. Infusing energy into words was a very difficult process. The energies inside the beings were hard to manifest outside the body, but if someone succeeded in this, their power would increase incredibly. This process was called judgment, doing magic with words. Surprisingly, a smile appeared on Swain's face when he heard Frigga's question. He pulled a glass on the table in front of him and looked at the glass ominously. As Swain looked at the glass, his purple eyes shone and spread an ominous energy around. This energy caused Frigga to feel uneasy involuntarily. Burn. As Swain said this, his voice echoed because of the malicious energy inside him. As soon as Swain's word ended, the glass was surrounded by red flames and destroyed in seconds. Frigga watched in astonishment as the cup turned to ashes and flew away in the grip of the red flames. The red flames were howling like a hell where thousands of people suffered, spreading fear around. How? Frigga asked in wonder. Her son Swain had never been able to control the energy inside him since he was born. I released the magic inside me with my words instead of circulating it in parts of my body. This way I can give simple commands without putting a strain on my body. The only downside is that the energy that comes out loses a lot of its power, Swain said with a bit of arrogance. After all, he had performed a magic for the first time in his 35 years of life. The magic was very weak in its current state, but it gave Swain a great sense of achievement. Frigga thought about his words and imagined what he had told her. Magic power and divine energy retain all their power when they leave the body. Your energy becomes incredibly weak when it comes out. The reason must be that you don't use any of your limbs. Without a tool to let your energy flow out, your energy may be weakening, Frigga said with a thoughtful expression. Swain nodded his head when he heard these words. Swain was thinking the same thing as his mother. If he wanted to fully control the energy inside him, he needed a tool. He had actually tried this method many times, but no tool could carry his energy. The only thing that carried his energy was his body. Maybe that's why his body was always bruised. Your swordsmanship training will start soon. You should go. Maybe the sword could be the tool you're looking for, Frigga said, and hugged Swain with love. Swain left the room after hugging his mother tightly and headed quickly to the training area. The commander who gave Swain swordsmanship training was named Roland. He was actually getting this special training thanks to his mother. If it weren't for Swain's mother, Swain would have received a collective training like everyone else. Roland was an experienced swordsman, and the battalion he controlled was quite famous. Roland's only bad side was his personality. Roland always made fun of those weaker than him. No soldier could stand up to Roland unless he was stronger than him. It took Swain 10 minutes to reach the training area. The training area was a 100-meter area, and in the center of this area sat a blonde-haired and 2-meter-tall, very muscular man. Roland frowned when he noticed Swain and walked towards Swain. "Hey, you trash, you're late again," Ronald said. Swain held back his anger when he heard his words. Actually, there wasn't much he could do even if he vented his anger. Even if he somehow injured Roland, he would receive a very heavy penalty for it.
I had things to do, Swain said expressionlessly. Roland looked at Swain with a disgusted expression on his face. Like other Asgardians, Roland had no love or respect for the weak. In fact, Roland hated the weak.
Your mother is trying hard to improve a waist like you, Roland said, with a mocking smile on his face.
Swain frowned when he heard his words. Be respectful. You're talking about the queen, Swain said angrily.
Roland ignored his words and took a sword from a shelf behind him.
The sword Roland took was a normal knight sword and was specially prepared for training fights. Swain also headed to the weapon shelf and took a samurai sword with a black sheath and a length of 170 centimeters. Swain was going to do a training fight, so he didn't take the sword out of its sheath. Are you going to use this stupid sword again despite all my words?
Roland asked.
It was clear from his facial expression and voice that he was making fun of Swain.
Swain, ignoring Roland, who had told him to change his sword many times, chose this sword in every training because he felt more comfortable with it.
Swain did not answer and took a fighting stance after moving away from Ronald and looked at Ronald sharply. You are not a Shinigami, so you can't use this sword well enough.
I'll give you one more chance to change your sword, Ronald said with a confident smile.
Shinigamis were a group of spiritual beings that emerged recently in this universe. Shinigamis had quickly gained strength in a short time, and their mission was to kill Hollows.
Just like Shinigamis, Hollows had also emerged recently.
These beings were spiritual beings, and they emerged from the corruption of the souls of dead humans. Shinigami's mission was to cleanse them before Hollows became stronger. Shinigamis usually used katanas that were special to them. Each katana had different powers and abilities. It was not known how much a Shinigami could grow in power for now, but according to Swain's estimates, a Shinigami could reach the advanced level of divine beings if he was skilled enough.
Of course, these were just guesses. It was not clear how much a Shinigami could grow in reality.
Shinigamis were very weak for now. I will continue with this sword, Swain said determinedly. Ronald smiled contemptuously when he heard these words and attacked Swain.
Ronald swung his sword from above when he got close enough. Ronald was considered strong even among Asgardians, so Swain could barely see his movements.
Swain quickly lifted his katana to block Ronald's sword. When the two swords clashed, Swain's hands trembled and he knelt on one knee. Swain's physical strength was nothing against Ronald. Roland gave more power to the sword in his hand and caused Swain's hands to tremble more.
You are really pathetic, Roland said, and kicked Swain, sending him flying.
Swain ignored his words and got up quickly and attacked. Swain knew that the power difference between them was too much and he could never beat Roland in swordsmanship, but he had to push himself to get stronger. Swain swung his katana from the side. Roland easily blocked this attack and swung his sword from the other side.
Swain was not fast enough to defend this attack, so he hoped not to be seriously injured by protecting his head with his arm.
Swain felt an incredible pain when Roland's sword hit his shoulder, and the sword quickly changed direction and moved towards Swain's stomach. Swain resisted the pain in his shoulder and blocked the sword coming towards his stomach at the last moment, and took 2 steps back to get away from Roland.
Swain couldn't feel his left shoulder and tried not to show it by frowning.
You don't deserve to be Odin's son, Roland said with disappointment.
Even a normal Asgard warrior can easily beat you, he added.
Swain couldn't answer these words because he had no answer. Roland was right, even a normal Asgard warrior was stronger and more durable than Swain. Your mother tainted the Asgard bloodline and gave birth to a child like you. These are her fault, Roland said with a great anger on his face. Swain felt a great anger grow inside him when he heard these words.
There was no problem with being mocked, but no one could say anything to his mother.
Swain was born healthy thanks to his mother, even though he seemed to have no respect for her. She was the only person he loved in Asgard.
Roland saw a silver blade coming towards his face as soon as he finished his words.
Swain and Roland had not used weapons that could inflict serious wounds on each other while training. Roland used a blunt knight sword, Swain used a katana in its sheath. The sword that came to Roland's face had no sheath. Roland smiled when he saw this and blocked the katana coming to his face with a quick reflex.
"It seems you love your mother very much," Roland said, chuckling. Swain's anger grew even more when he heard Roland's words, and he pulled back his katana and swung it quickly again. Roland easily blocked his attacks with his sword every time Swain swung his katana.
Sparks flew and a disturbing ringing sound was heard every time the two swords clashed in the air. Weak and fast attacks. You really look like a Shinigami now.
"And you are as weak as them," Roland said.
He was easily blocking Swain's relentless attacks while saying these.
After a while, Roland stopped defending and started attacking too. The two swords clashed so fast in the air that a normal human couldn't even see the swords.
Swain's purple eyes shone with seriousness and he reacted quickly as if he could see Roland's attacks beforehand.
But as the fight continued, Swain's hands holding the hilt started to bleed and his arms started to tremble.
That's the limit of what you can do.
"You are a disappointment," Roland said, laughing.
He was clearly trying to provoke Swain and he succeeded. AAGHH. Swain roared with anger and stopped defending and started attacking only. No matter how hard you try, you will never be Odin's child.
"You will remain helpless like your mother," Roland continued his provocations. "I will definitely kill you." Swain snarled. Roland didn't say anything when he heard these words and just smiled.
In his eyes, Swain was a trash that destroyed Asgard's honor and glory.
As the fight continued, Swain's whole body started to get tired and tremble. Swain was breathing hard and he could barely hold the katana in his hand.
Roland looked like he wasn't tired at all. His sword countered Swain's katana harder every time. Swain felt the mocking look in Roland's eyes.
This look hurt his pride and honor.
Roland decided to stop when he saw Swain in this state. He was not afraid of the queen herself, but he was afraid of the witches behind her. Besides, he would be killed by Odin if he killed Swain. Odin would not remain silent even if he didn't care about Swain.
"That's enough fun for today. Clean up the place and get out of Asgard," Roland said, and threw his sword to the ground and started walking towards the exit.
Roland noticed a mocking smile on Swain's face as he passed by him. He felt a fear inside him when he saw this.
"You should never have let go of that sword," Swain said with a smile on his face.
"What are you talk?"
"Cease."
Roland heard a deafening and choking sound when a red energy surrounded his body and made it impossible for him to move.
He felt an unbearable pain in his chest while he was frozen. He lowered his head and looked at his chest and saw blood spurt from his mouth.
A silver katana tip was shining in his chest. The red energy around his body suddenly disappeared and he could move again. He turned around with difficulty and saw Swain smiling at him with victory. "How?" Roland asked with difficulty.
Blood was pouring from his mouth, and the light in his eyes was about to go out. "I told you I would kill you,"
Swain said and took the bloody katana from Roland's back.
With this movement, Roland collapsed to the ground and gave his last breaths. The only thing he said before he died was, "You, demon." 3 results. 3 results.
Swain threw his bloody katana into the air, flinging the blood droplets off it and slowly sheathed the katana.
He had killed a great commander, and he knew very well that the punishment would be severe.
In fact, under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to kill Ronald.
Ronald was a mid-level divine being, and if he had used his divine energy, he could have killed Swain with one move.
Swain was now at the very beginning of the low-level divine being level and had no divine attributes. The only thing that distinguished him from normal humans was his physical strength and evil energy. "So you are the demon, huh?"
"Well, I will call the energy inside me demon energy," Swain muttered and looked at the corpse on the ground. The corpse was soaked in blood and his face was frozen with a horrified expression.
As Swain looked at the dead body on the ground, he felt the demon energy inside him bubbling with greed. Swain looked at his left chest in astonishment.
A few seconds later, he walked slowly to the corpse and leaned over. "I must say, I feel quite hungry looking at this corpse," Swain said.
The hunger Swain felt was not physical.
Swain put his left arm on the corpse's chest and waited for the energy inside him to react. Only 2 seconds later, the corpse began to dry up, and at the same time, Swain could feel the demon energy inside him getting stronger.
Only 10 seconds later, the 2-meter corpse was left with only skin and bones. Swain examined the demon energy inside him with a smile on his face. "My demon energy has almost doubled,"
he said with a smile on his face.
"It seems I can get stronger too," he added excitedly. "Odin must have already sent his soldiers here," Swain said and looked at the ceiling. When Swain looked at the ceiling, his purple eyes glowed, and he could see an incredible divine energy directed at him from above. "I know you are watching and hearing me,"
Swain said with a playful attitude. When Swain said these words, he felt an incredible force crushing him.
This force quickly grew and made Swain kneel down.
Even when Swain was barely standing on his knees, the pressure did not decrease, but rather increased.
"Argh, you old bastard,"
Swain groaned.
The ground was cracking and breaking because of the pressure, and if this pressure continued for a little longer, Swain's neck would break. This was the infinite power difference between a divine-level divine being and a low-level divine being. Odin could easily kill Swain with just a tiny part of his divine power. Odin's divine energy was so great that it covered all of Asgard like an infinite ocean. Odin was at his peak power now, and at this power level he could feel everything that was happening in Asgard. Just as Swain thought he was going to die from the pressure, about 20 soldiers entered the training field and captured Swain and tied his hands. The rope they tied Swain's hands with was magical and had the power of energy sealing. The ropes prevented Swain from accessing his demon energy. If a person's energy was strong enough, they could easily destroy these ropes, but Swain's demon energy was limited and weak.
"You're guilty of killing an Asgard commander," said the leader of the guards. The guard leader did not need to do any investigation because this report came directly from Odin.
Swain nodded and followed the guards without any resistance.
The guards took him to a cell in the depths of Asgard and locked him up there. "The Father of the Gods will decide tomorrow whether you are guilty and what your punishment will be,"
said the guard leader and turned around and left without wasting time. After the guard leader left, Swain examined his cell.
This cell was large and very luxurious.
There were comfortable chairs in the cell. The walls of the cell were glass, and Swain was sure that these glasses were reinforced with magic. Swain sat on the couch and looked at the blood on his left hand. This blood had splashed on his hand when he killed Roland.
"I'm killing someone for the first time, and I must say this feeling is quite good,"
Swain said to himself. Swain had never killed any living thing since he was born. He was 35 years old now, and this age was very low for Asgardians.
Actually, he had to go to wars as the son of the king, but thanks to his mother, he was not going to wars.
The battlefields were very dangerous and destructive. Going to a battlefield with Swain's power was clearly suicide. Fortunately, his mother had talked to Odin and convinced him.
Not going to wars was a good thing for Swain, but the Asgard people who heard this news started to despise Swain.
There was no place for the weak in Asgard, especially for those who were both weak and cowardly. Swain shook his head and got rid of these thoughts. He had committed a great crime and his punishment would be very bad.
Even his mother could not prevent this. The only thing he could do now was to wait for tomorrow. He lay down on the couch and closed his eyes to fall asleep.
Actually, he was a little worried about tomorrow. Ronald was a powerful commander and led a 1,000-strong battalion.
Swain fell asleep while thinking about what would happen tomorrow.
Swain had never killed any living thing since he was born. He was 35 years old now, and this age was very low for Asgardians.
Actually, he had to go to wars as the son of the king, but thanks to his mother, he was not going to wars.
The battlefields were very dangerous and destructive. Going to a battlefield with Swain's power was clearly suicide. Fortunately, his mother had talked to Odin and convinced him.
Not going to wars was a good thing for Swain, but the Asgard people who heard this news started to despise Swain.
There was no place for the weak in Asgard, especially for those who were both weak and cowardly. Swain shook his head and got rid of these thoughts. He had committed a great crime and his punishment would be very bad.
Even his mother could not prevent this. The only thing he could do now was to wait for tomorrow. He lay down on the couch and closed his eyes to fall asleep.
Actually, he was a little worried about tomorrow. Ronald was a powerful commander and led a 1,000-strong battalion.
Swain fell asleep while thinking about what would happen tomorrow.
When Swain heard footsteps near his cell, he opened his eyes and looked to his right.
When Swain looked outside the cell, he saw Frigga looking at him with a sad and worried expression.
"Why did you do this, Swain?" Frigga asked. It was clear from her tone of voice that the reason for this question was not anger but concern. He said things he shouldn't have said. Swain said with a flat tone of voice. Frigga looked at her son's expressionless face. Frigga knew that Swain was very anxious for tomorrow. "I will get you out of here," Frigga said. Hearing Frigga's words, Swain couldn't help but chuckle. "You know that Odin is watching us right now. So these are useless."
"I killed Roland, and I would do it again if I had the chance," Swain said.
"Now, go away," Swain added. When Frigga heard her son's harsh words, she understood that he wanted to be alone and turned around to leave. "I will always love you, my son."
"Know that,"
Frigga said before leaving. When Swain heard Frigga's words, his heart tightened.
"I know," Swain whispered. In this world, the only person who loved him was Frigga, and he would not let anyone harm her. If necessary, he would use his demon energy. Swain got rid of these thoughts and focused on sleeping.
Swain woke up when the door of his cell opened. The guard leader who brought him here had opened the door and was waiting for Swain. "Is it time?" Swain asked. There was no fear or worry in his tone of voice. This surprised the guard leader.
"I don't know how you killed Commander Roland, but I'm sure you tricked him.
You will pay dearly for this.
The Father of the Gods will give you a heavy punishment,"
The guard leader said angrily.
"Do you think Odin will punish me severely just because I killed a commander?"
Swain said, chuckling.
"Don't call the Father of the Gods by his name," the guard leader shouted angrily.
"Why? Did you forget? I'm not an Asgard god," Swain said.
He still had a smile on his face.
The guard leader, hearing Swain's words, suppressed his anger and did not speak. He went to Swain's side, grabbed his arm and dragged him. Swain did not resist and followed the guard leader. It took 5 minutes for the guard leader and Swain to leave the palace and reach the center of Asgard.
All the Asgardians had gathered in the square and were cursing and insulting Swain with one voice.
Swain smiled when he saw this scene and did not care about them. In the center there was an open area, and in the middle of the open area, Odin was standing.
Behind Odin, Frigga was standing with a worried expression on her face.
When Frigga and Swain met eyes, Frigga made a sign as if telling him not to do anything wrong. Swain gave her a meaningful smile and then looked at Odin.
Odin was sitting on a magnificent throne and was eating an apple as if nothing around him mattered.
The guard leader brought Swain before Odin and knelt down to greet Odin. Swain stood upright and did not salute Odin.
The crowd, seeing Swain's movement, started shouting again.
When the guard leader saw the angry crowd, he got up and kicked Swain's foot to force him to kneel.
When Swain knelt down, Odin raised his hand and silenced the crowd.
"I will not prolong this matter and cut it short,"
Odin said.
His voice was spreading magically throughout Asgard. After saying these words, Odin lowered his head and made eye contact with Swain. "Why did you kill Commander Roland?"
Odin asked curiously. When Swain heard this question, he chuckled. Then these chuckles turned into a big laugh.
Frigga, seeing this, was worried that her son would say something wrong. "Ha ha ha ha.
Why did I kill him?"
Don't you know why, Odin? I thought you knew everything that was happening in Asgard. Or are you getting weak?"
The crowd, hearing Swain's words, got angry again. Odin was the protector and father of the gods for them.
They saw someone mocking Odin for the first time, and this made them very angry. There was no expression on Odin's face. He raised his hand and silenced the angry crowd. "I will ask you again, why did you kill Roland?" Odin asked seriously. Odin's divine energy, as if angry, pressured Swain and made him bow his head. "He said things he shouldn't have said, so I killed him," Swain said determinedly. Odin nodded when he heard these words.
Actually, he knew why Swain had killed Commander Roland.
The reason he asked these questions was to inform the crowd. "Is there anything you want to say before I give you your punishment?" Odin asked and got up from his throne.
Swain was silent for a few seconds and then started to speak. "One day you will regret all these wars.
I and these wars will be hidden. You, on the other hand, will play the role of a wise king. As time passes, you're getting weaker, Odin. I can see that," Swain said.
As he said his last sentence, his purple eyes glowed, as if he could see everything.
Swain had been watching Odin's divine energy for 35 years, and he could clearly see that Odin's divine energy was slowly decreasing.
Actually, he did not know what was causing this, but there was one thing he definitely knew.
In the future, Odin would regret all these wars. Odin was shocked when he heard these words, though he did not show it on his face. The crowd, seeing that Odin's face did not change, laughed at Swain's words. Only one person could see that Odin was surprised. "You can't hide secrets from me, Odin. I am the demon of secrets. One day everyone will learn the truth,"
Swain shouted.
Swain was releasing all the anger he had held for so long.
Actually, he never loved Odin and the Asgard people.
He just wanted to prove himself. He just wanted his mother's sacrifice not to be in vain. "I am not an Asgardian. Just as you rejected me, I reject you too. I am no longer Asgardian Swain. I am only the demon of secret Swain," Swain shouted angrily.
The crowd, seeing Swain angry, got angry and started shouting again.
Frigga watched this scene with a surprised and worried expression on her face. Tears were slowly flowing from her eyes. "You're the reason your mother was crippled. You should never have been born," shouted someone from the crowd.
He looked quite old and seemed to know what had happened at Swain's birth.
The man's words made Swain freeze. Swain felt a string inside him snap. Frigga, seeing this scene, looked at Swain in shock. "No," she whispered and ran toward Swain. She knew her son and was sure that he would lose himself because of his anger. If she could somehow reach him, she could stop him from doing something wrong.
As Frigga ran toward Swain, Swain quickly raised his left hand and pointed it at the man who had said those words earlier.
Under the astonished and fearful eyes of everyone, a red energy covered Swain's left arm. The emergence of this energy spread pressure around and made the heads of the people nearby spin. As soon as Swain raised his hand was surrounded by demon energy, and a moment later, a beam of demon energy came out of his left hand, hitting the old man quickly and making a big hole in his chest. The beam of demon energy continued its way after piercing the old man's chest and slaughtered everyone in front of it without exception. Swain had an angry expression on his face and did not think about what he was doing. As soon as the energy beam left his hand, Swain groaned in pain. But he did not stop shooting the beam. In just half a second, his left hand was covered with wounds and was about to be crippled.
When the energy beam suddenly stopped, Swain looked at his hand in surprise, but he had no hand, not even an arm.
Swain's left arm had been cut off from his shoulder and was now on the ground.
The adrenaline level in Swain's body was extremely high, so he did not feel the pain in his shoulder. As he wondered what had caused his shoulder to be cut off, he noticed Odin pointing his finger at him. No.
Frigga shouted and went to Swain's side, preparing to do magic on his arm. When Swain saw his mother preparing to do magic, he pulled back and moved away from her.
His mother's life energy was at critical levels, and if she did magic, she could be crippled or even die. "There is no need,"
Swain said, gritting his teeth. His adrenaline level was slowly dropping and the pain in his shoulder was increasing. "Your punishment is to stay in the hollow cave for 500 years.
Odin said and swung his hand. Seeing this, Frigga gave Odin a look as if asking for mercy. But Odin did not care.
Under Swain, a black portal opened and Swain fell into the portal.
After falling for about 2 minutes, he finally saw the ground.
"This is going to hurt," Swain said before falling to the ground quickly. When Swain fell, the ground shook and cracked. A pit had formed where Swain had fallen and the surroundings were dusty. Swain opened his eyes slowly after being unconscious for an hour, and using his only arm, he forced himself out of the pit. His body was in pain all over, and moving was a heavy burden for Swain.
As soon as he got out of the pit, the first thing he did was to look at his wound.
Swain's arm had been broken, that's why he had lost so much blood. The wound on his chest had stopped bleeding.
Since the wound on my chest stopped bleeding, I must be at least half an hour unconscious,
Swain said to himself. The place where he was now was called Hollow Cave, and before Asgard destroyed it, there was an underground empire here. In the war between Asgard and this empire, many people had died. That meant that there were many hollows in this cave.
Hollows in Shinigami appeared suddenly about 35 years ago.
Hollows were beings that emerged from the decomposition of dead people's souls and were divided into levels from 1 to 10.
Actually, the strongest hollow seen so far was level 4 and almost had the same power as an intermediate divine being.
A hollow evolved into a being called Gillian on the 4th level.
Gillians were not just spiritual beasts, they could also harm the physical world.
That's where the Shinigami came in.
No one knew how they got their powers or where they lived. Their only mission was to hunt down the hollows on crowded planets.
Shinigami usually hunted hollows of the 4th level. In this cave, there were usually hollows of levels 1 to 3, and sometimes Gillians could be found in the depths of the cave. Even a 1st level hollow could cause me trouble,
Swain said nervously.
Inside the cave, there were hundreds of hollows, and Swain would have to meet one of them. After all, he would be stuck in this cave for 500 years.
Swain was thinking about all this when he heard a rustling sound in front of him, and in a second, he saw a white masked bear standing in front of him.
The bear was standing on 4 legs, but it was 2 meters tall and had various wounds around its body.
Damn,
Swain said fearfully. "For a sword against the rules."
A note from Pupp. Happy reading.
For a sword against the rules.
Nidavellir.
Are you sure, sir? This weapon could corrupt its user,
he said. A giant of 3 meters tall.
This giant's head was bigger than the rest of his body.
Actually, this person was not a giant. This person was a dwarf.
Atri, the best smith and the chief dwarf of Nidavellir.
Dwarves were relatives of giants and they looked like them.
But dwarves were smaller and smarter than giants. Dwarves had a unique talent in metalworking, and they made the most beautiful weapons in the universe. "Just do what I tell you," Odin said. He had come here to make a weapon for his child who was about to be born.
There were only days left for his first child to be born, and Odin had come to Nidavellir to make a weapon for his child.
The weapon Odin wanted to make was a sword that existed only to kill. His first child's weapon had to be magnificent, and Odin would have a weapon made that was even more powerful than his own weapon Gulgnir. He wanted to make a sword that was 170 centimeters long and curved. Odin cast a spell on the iron that the sword would be made of and strengthened the Uru metal, which was already the hardest metal in the universe. The legendary weapons made in Nidavellir had souls. The soul of a sword that was made only to kill would normally be evil and could affect its user.
The will of someone who is descended from Asgard is greater than that of normal humans, so don't worry,
Odin said with confidence in his voice. Asgardians were superior to normal humans not only physically but also mentally. Asgardians were a race descended from the gods and were among the most powerful beings in the universe.
As you wish, sir,
Atri said and started to make the sword. The only thing that could melt Uru metal in this universe was the heat of a neutron star. Nidavellir was a ring built around a neutron star. There were a total of 300 dwarves living on this ring. Under the heat of the neutron star, the magical Uru metal melted quickly.
Atri poured the molten Uru metal into a mold and waited for about 10 seconds.
After 10 seconds, he broke the clay mold and took out the iron piece.
The iron piece had taken the shape of a sword.
Eitri took the sword and put it on an anvil and started to hammer it.
He said a spell with each strike to make the sword sharper and stronger.
The marks on the sword represented the soul of the sword. The sound of a hammer hitting iron echoed throughout Nidavellir. This sound was a sign of the dwarves' diligence and skill. Dwarves used the heat of the neutron star to make the most beautiful weapons, jewels, and items in the universe. Eitri was hitting the black iron piece in front of him with all his strength and trying to shape it. This process lasted for 3 days. At the end of 3 days, Eitri finally completed the sword. The sword was 170 centimeters long and bright silver in color. The hilt of the sword was black and shiny. The hilt had golden details and gave the sword a good look. When Eitri finished the sword, he took it to Odin.
As Odin examined the sword in his hand, suddenly a dark energy began to gather around the sword.
Odin threw the sword away in a moment of surprise and took a defensive stance. Surprisingly, the sword did not fall to the ground and stayed in the air. Under the astonished eyes of Odin and Eitri, the bright silver color of the sword quickly darkened as it absorbed the dark energy around it.
After only 10 seconds, the color of the sword became so dark that it did not reflect the light around it.
The stone on the hilt of the sword that looked like obsidian disappeared and gave way to a long hilt. As the dark energy flowed into the sword, skull shapes appeared on the black surface of the sword, as if someone was trapped inside. These skull motifs were golden in color and seemed to be moving. After the sword changed completely, the dark energy around it gathered and formed a scabbard for the sword.
The scabbard of the sword was the darkest shade of black with skull shapes that looked very ominous on it.
These shapes reflected the evil and power of the sword's soul. The sword's soul was a soul that existed only to kill.
The sword's soul wanted to take over the sword's owner and pull him into the darkness.
On the top of the scabbard of the sword, there was a dark-colored sword buckle embroidered with gold. Finally, golden details appeared on the scabbard of the sword. These details showed that the sword was commissioned by Odin and carried the symbol of Asgard. The scabbard of the sword completed the beauty and nobility of the sword.
After all these changes on the sword, the dark energy around the sword dispersed and the sword fell to the ground.
There was a shocked expression on Odin's and Eitri's faces.
They had been living for a long time and they had never seen anything like this.
This sword was unlike any sword they knew. This sword was a sword with its own will. Odin waited for a while and then went and picked up the sword from the ground when he saw that the sword did not move. When he examined the sword closely, he saw that the sword did not absorb the divine energy. Instead, the sword had its own energy, but no matter how hard Odin tried, he could not activate this energy. "Are you sure you used Uru metal?"
"This sword does not absorb divine energy," Odin said, frowning.
Odin could not believe that the sword was made of Uru metal. Uru metal is the hardest and most divine metal in the universe. Uru metal is used to make the weapons of the gods. Uru metal reflects and increases divine energy.
But this sword had changed the divine energy and created its own energy. This sword was a sword that was contrary to the nature of Uru metal.
Eitri, who heard Odin's words, first thought that Odin was joking, but when he saw that Odin's facial expression did not change, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly walked to Odin's side and took the black sword from him and examined it. Just as Odin said, the sword seemed to be not made of Uru metal. The surface of the sword was smooth and matte.
When he swung the sword, he felt no vibration. "It's impossible."
"I'm sure I used Uru metal," Eitri said with a puzzled expression. Uru metal was known as the most durable and powerful metal used by the gods. Eitri was an expert in processing this metal and wanted to make the best sword for Odin's son. Eitri quickly recovered from his astonishment and looked at Odin's face. Odin had been here for 4 days and was eagerly waiting for the sword to be made, but the result was a failure. There was disappointment and anger in Odin's eyes. Eitri had never seen this look before. "I failed in a tattooing process a few centuries ago. I will make another sword for you," Eitri said. There was an apologetic expression on his face. He knew that Odin would not accept this sword. Odin heard these words and nodded.
At first he thought that this sword would be an amazing weapon, but he was disappointed.
The sword's self-transformation was unexpected, but the sword was useless because it could not hold energy inside. Odin believed that this sword would be more powerful than his own weapon Gulgnir, but now this dream was shattered. I will take this sword and give it to my son, who is about to be born. When my son grows up enough, I will come back to make a new weapon. Odin said and raised his left hand. A rainbow beam came from the infinite space and swallowed Odin. When the beam disappeared, Odin was gone.
Odin said he would come back to make a new weapon for his child, but he never came back. After all, his son was a demon who had no divine energy.
Today, Odin and Eitri were disappointed, but there was something they did not know, that this sword would be the most powerful weapon in the multiverse in the future. The sword was sleeping and waiting for its true owner. The true owner would reveal the hidden power in the sword and use the sword to destroy Asgard.
I'm really very unlucky, Swain said with difficulty. Blood was coming from his mouth and his left leg was torn apart.
He had claw and bite wounds all over his body.
He saw some hallucinations due to blood loss when he looked around. His wounds were so severe that he couldn't even stand up, let alone walk.
Swain dragged himself and leaned against a wall. He left a large blood trail behind him as he dragged.
Even the first-level hollows were causing him trouble with his current power.
Swain took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He had never been so close to death in his 35 years of life. He had large wounds all over his body and his left leg was unusable.
Swain slowly opened his eyes and looked at the hollow corpse on his left.
The hollow's corpse had no head. It was easy to understand that the cause of death was his head exploding. The hollow attacked him as soon as he saw Swain and was physically much stronger than Swain. The hollow made Swain helpless with its large teeth and claws. The hollow bit his leg and started to tear it apart after knocking Swain to the ground. Swain resisted the intense pain and realized that this was his last chance. He poured the demon energy inside him into his left leg and poured it directly into the hollow's head from his left leg. There was an explosion when the demon energy touched the hollow's head, and the hollow fell to the ground, lifeless and headless. When Swain transferred the demon energy to his left leg, the demon energy quickly inflicted heavy damage on his left leg.
Even if the wounds on Swain's left leg healed, the damage caused by the demon energy from within would never heal.
Swain's demon energy was like a foreign power that did not adapt to his body.
Swain reached out and touched the hollow corpse next to him.
When he did this, the demon energy inside him activated and sucked the hollow's soul power. After the hollow's soul power was completely absorbed, the corpse quickly turned to dust and disappeared. Swain could increase his own power by sucking the soul power of others, and hollows were beings made entirely of souls, which made them a great meal for Swain.
It's not as much as Roland's soul energy, but it still works, Swain said to himself.
Although he had returned from death, he had a big smile on his face.
This adrenaline felt very good.
Swain had been trained since childhood, but he never fought for his life. This was his first experience and the only thing he could say.
Addictive, Swain said with a big smile on his face.
After Swain said this, his eyes began to darken. He had suffered heavy wounds and used the demon energy inside him twice in one day. This put a great burden on his body.
I can't fall asleep here,
Swain said and slapped himself.
This slap made Swain a little more alert.
Swain dragged himself and went behind a large stone in the corner of the cave. Swain couldn't stand up. He had no time to look for a shelter. Even crawling was hard for him. It will take me about a week to heal.
I have to avoid danger during this time, Swain said.
He was helpless now, and even a normal human could kill him. Swain listened nervously to his surroundings as his eyes slowly closed and he fell asleep. Swain had a dream in his sleep. In this dream, he was in a dark world. The sky was pitch black and there was no sun. There was a dried soil below him and countless dried trees around him.
There was only death in this world.
Where am I? Swain asked himself.
He remembered sitting behind a rock in the cave. Did I fall asleep? He added. Swain bit his lip to confirm this.
His lip hurt and bled. Swain couldn't believe it and touched his lip with his hand. He saw a blood that looked real.
When he saw this, he was filled with a great shock and fear. Impossible! Swain shouted.
Swain remembered something very important. He was standing now and he felt no pain.
My wounds are gone. Am I under a spell?
Swain saw many spells when he was in Asgard, and there were also very powerful illusions among the spells. Swain had been trained to resist these illusions, but his resistance was broken in his current situation.
Swain had many questions in his mind, and he could not answer any of them.
As he was thinking about them, he heard a tearing sound. It was like the sound of a paper being torn, and it inevitably created discomfort.
The sound was very disturbing.
Swain looked at where the sound came from, and he could not believe his eyes. The space in front of him was torn, and it was spreading a great pressure around. He could easily see the endless darkness behind the small tear. Before Swain could recover from his shock, a large and black hand grabbed the torn space and pulled it to enlarge it. Swain was shocked by this sight.
He wanted to turn around and run away, but he could not.
The energy around him was so high that it prevented him from moving. I'm definitely going to die, Swain thought.
This thought increased his fear even more.
Swain felt the cold breath of death on his neck. Actually, the energy coming from this dark entity was much more than Odin's energy.
This entity was spreading such a serious pressure, even though it did not focus its energy on him.
This pressure made it hard for Swain to breathe and caused pains in his body. Swain felt fear and admiration when he felt the power of this entity. The space in front of Swain quickly grew, and after it widened 20 meters, an entity came out of it. This entity was 20 meters tall and had a very dense dark energy around it. The face and body shape of this entity could not be understood because of the dark energy around it. The entity had only 2 visible points.
The first thing he noticed was his eyes. His eyes were bright purple like Swain's and had white sparkles that looked like stars in their depths.
These eyes penetrated Swain's soul and increased his fear.
The being had a katana at his waist.
The sheath of this katana had gold embroideries and looked very good. This katana was a beauty that Swain had never seen before. This katana was the weapon of Swain's dreams. This being did not care about Swain and looked around. After looking around for a few seconds, he lowered his head and looked at Swain.
This image was the last thing Swain saw. The moment the being looked at Swain, Swain's body disappeared.
Swain could not forget the cold and deadly look in the being's eyes. When Swain opened his eyes, he saw a stone ceiling and quickly lifted his head. When he did this, pains came out all over his body. So it was a dream,
Swain said as he put his head back on the ground. His body was soaked with sweat because of this dream. Swain knew that what he saw in the dream was not real, but he was still very impressed. When Swain looked at the hairs on his arms, he saw that they were all erect.
Clearly, the being he saw in his dream was very scary. Even though it was a dream, this was very scary, Swain said. The glory and pressure of the dark being was still in Swain's mind, and he would probably never forget this dream. His mother used to tell him that every dream had a meaning. Swain wondered who or what this being was and what it had to do with him.
Swain fell asleep again after looking at the ceiling with his eyes open for a few minutes. This time he did not see any dream or nightmare.
His body's healing would take a week, and the only thing he could do during this week was to be careful. Swain would be careful to keep himself safe during this time.
5 life energy. A note from Pupp.
Sorry for any grammatical errors, I was in a rush to prepare this chapter.
5 life energy.
Swain slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He was in the same place as before he fell asleep. The dark and cold walls of the cave offered him a shelter.
My wounds have stopped bleeding. I think I've been sleeping for a day,
Swain said, examining his wounds in detail.
He had managed to escape from Hollow's attack, but it had cost him dearly.
All of his tooth and claw wounds had stopped bleeding and started to heal.
His left leg, however, was not in good shape.
His left leg was still bleeding from some places and had not entered the healing phase yet.
This wound was his biggest weakness right now.
The reason why his left leg was in this condition was also because he had suffered heavy damage from the inside. Swain took support from the ground and slowly got up. Even if he couldn't use his left leg, he could walk slowly with the help of the objects around him. But he couldn't go far like this. The reason why he came out from behind the rock was to find a safer shelter. The fact that no hollow had come here for a day did not mean that they would never come. Swain was taking a big risk right now. If the hollows found him, he might not have the strength to run or fight.
I won't go into the depths of the cave, and I'll stick to the wall on my left side,
Swain said to himself. He hoped to find a place where he could take refuge without being attacked by the hollows. But this hope was very weak.
because hollows could be anywhere at any time.
Swain's bright purple eyes pierced through the darkness and allowed him to see clearly around him. As Swain walked, the cave narrowed and the stones on the walls crumbled.
He walked for about 2 hours until he heard a sound. Is that a cry of sorrow?
There shouldn't be anyone here, Swain said to himself and carefully approached the source of the cry.
He was only 2 minutes away from the source of the sound.
The source of the sound was a spirit, a crying spirit. This spirit was 2 meters long and had a skin that resembled a lizard man. The head of the spirit looked like a mixture of an ogre and a lizard man. It had a tail about 1 meter long.
The tail grew longer as he walked and had a sharp point at its tip.
A lizard man! Swain exclaimed in surprise. Swain thought that no lizard man had survived when Asgard attacked this place long ago. Lizard men hated sunlight and built their homes as deep as possible.
They were also very proud and arrogant, never working under anyone else's command. Asgard attacked this world because they did not care about working for them either. Swain thought about these things after noticing that the body of the spirit shone white and was slightly blurry.
Did they all die? Swain asked himself. Swain had never been in a battlefield in his life and had never seen a spirit with his eyes. Now he was facing the lizard man-like man in front of him, who looked very much like the spirits he had read about in books.
Swain decided what to do before making up his mind, and wanted to get a better look at the lizard man. So he slowly approached him.
Swain heard him shout angrily when he got close to the lizard man.
"Monster!
I will kill you when I find you. You killed my family. I swear I will kill you." Is he really saying that from Asgard? No, that's impossible. Asgard attacked this place hundreds of years ago. Swain thought and continued to watch the lizard man carefully.
His anger was so great that it shook the air around him with every word he said.
Swain noticed that a dark energy was accumulating around him as he talked. Is his spirit turning into a hollow? Swain wondered in surprise. Swain was thinking about this while the dark energy around the spirit intensified and a white mask appeared on his face.
No.
I have to stop him. Swain was heavily wounded at the moment, and a hollow could easily kill him. Hey you!
Swain shouted.
The lizard man, hearing Swain's shout, hesitated for a moment and then turned around and looked at Swain. When he saw Swain, he showed a great surprise on his face, and the mask that had formed on his face disappeared before it was completed. "Who are you?" Lizard Man shouted. His face and voice clearly showed great fear. Swain was slightly surprised when he saw the lizard man's fearful expression and started to talk. "Don't worry, I don't want to harm you," Swain said. "I just want to help you," Swain added. As he said this, he extended his right hand to the lizard man friendly and slowly walked towards him. The lizard man relaxed a bit after hearing Swain's words and examined Swain's body.
"Did that monster also attack you?" he asked, hesitating for a while. "What monster?"
Swain asked. After hearing Swain's question, the lizard man hesitated a bit more and started to talk. "There is a monster that's 25 meters tall, with a completely black body and a white mask on its face. This monster attacked my village,"
he said as he said this. He clenched his teeth and his face became angry.
Is it a Gillian? May it be cursed?
Swain thought and smiled confidently at the lizard man and walked towards him with his right hand, friendly and slowly.
Don't worry, I will help you and your village, Swain said.
As he said this, his blue eyes sparkled. Now tell me where your village is,
Swain demanded. When the eyes of the lizard man and Swain met, the expression on the face of the lizard man quickly softened, and he started to talk as if he was under control.
My village is from here to there, one day after walking for a while,
the lizard man said. His expression was very unstable.
Swain said great, with a big smile on his face when he heard these words.
Swain's eyes quickly lost their brightness and returned to their normal state.
The lizard man looked at his hands in astonishment and then looked at Swain with anger. What did you do to me? He shouted. I'm just helping you, Swain said with a smile on his face. See you later,
he added with the same expression. What are you talking ab? Lizard man couldn't finish his sentence as his spiritual body trembled and flowed into Swain's right arm. The lizard man's spiritual body disappeared in seconds. It tastes very good, Swain said, licking his lips. He had used up all his demon energy reserves, and he had to wait a long time to refill them or feed on spirits. So there is a keratinous creature-like village nearby.
I don't know how they survived until now, but thanks to them, my demon energy reserves will be completely full and even grow,
Swain said with a big greed on his face. The power that forced the lizard man to answer was coming from his eyes. He could make them answer his questions correctly by making eye contact with them. He had noticed this power when he was very young, but he had never used it properly. The reason for this was that his power was very weak at the moment, and it only worked on those with weak wills.
Someone with a strong will could give false information or even break free from his control.
The keratinous creature like man had just died, so his will was shattered. This made him an easy target. After using this ability, Swain's eyes started to hurt. I'm still very weak, Swain said, rubbing his eyes. But I will definitely get stronger, Swain said with a great determination on his face.
I will show my power to those in Asgard, he added, and started to walk on the path that the lizard man had described.
The lizard man had told him to walk for a day to reach the village, but Swain's leg was injured,
so the journey would definitely take much longer. Swain was walking towards the lizard man village, and there was no sign of a village here, even though it had been 4 days.
Another reason why this journey took so long was that Swain had taken many breaks. Swain was about to find a new resting place and rest when he noticed that the wall in front of him was hollowed out. I finally found it, Swain said happily. He had been walking for 4 days. Swain slowly approached the hollow and then entered it. The hollow was very narrow, and he had to stand sideways to move forward.
He walked in the hollow for about 10 minutes and then finally came out of it. The scene that appeared before him after he came out of the hollow looked like a large square.
There were 10 stone buildings in the middle of this square, and he could see the lizard man inside these stone buildings. This must be the hole that Gillian entered, Swain said, looking at the collapsed wall in front of him.
As far as I understand, the lizard man built this wall to protect themselves from Gillian, but it seems that it didn't work very well,
Swain added. After saying this, he moved towards the lizard man village in front of him. The architecture of the buildings in this village was very bad, and they were barely standing. Swain was actually surprised how these buildings were still standing. Swain stopped thinking about this and walked towards the lizard man village limping. Considering the intact houses in the village, there should be about 20 lizard man here. If it was before the Gillian attack, then about 50 lizard man could easily live in this village. Swain did not feel any danger as he approached the village.
After all, the lizard men were a weak race and their intelligence was not good enough.
They usually acted on their instincts and mostly used spears.
Fighting them was no different than child's play for Swain.
He had read in books that it only took a day for Asgard to destroy the lizardmans and their empires. Actually, Asgard could have done it faster, but they only thought it was enough to send a mid-level divine being here. The mid-level divine being sent here was Roland, the commander that Swain had killed. Roland, along with 1,000 soldiers, had destroyed the Lizardman Empire in a day.
This proved how powerful and successful a commander Roland was. Roland, although very powerful, was killed by Swain.
Swain had no chance of defeating Roland in a normal encounter, but Swain had managed to kill him by cunning. Swain approached the village and walked towards a lizardman who looked like a guard. This keratinous creature, like man, had a long spear in his hand and rags on him.
The lizardman was sleeping, leaning on his spear.
In the world of lizardmen, they sustained themselves by hunting subterranean larvae. These larvae were easy to catch and their meat was quite delicious. The lizardmen would use the hides of these larvae to create simple yet durable clothing. As Swain approached the lizardman, the creature swiftly opened its eyes and pointed its spear at him.
"Who are you?" shouted the lizardman. "I am the one who will kill you and all the lizardmen in this village," replied Swain.
His wide grin made these words even more ominous.
Swain considered the lizardmen weak and foolish. Killing them was a form of entertainment for him.
The lizardman furrowed its brow in anger and hurled the spear at Swain with a gust of wind.
The spear was aimed directly at Swain's neck, but just before it could strike, Swain uttered "cease." The moment he spoke, an eerie crimson energy enveloped the lizardman, freezing it in place. "What? What is this?" stammered the lizardman. "Dead men need not know," Swain said, seizing the spear from the lizardman's hand.
In one swift motion, he severed the creature's legs. As the demonic energy dissipated, the lizardman collapsed to the ground. Swain reveled in the sight of the creature writhing in pain. Quadruple ag.
The lizardman wailed.
His face contorted, and he was on the verge of fainting from pain. Please spare me," he pleaded, looking at Swain. Tears streamed from the lizardman's eyes, and his expression was one of desperate supplication. Swain's grin widened as he observed the lizardman's face.
Throughout his childhood, he had been tormented for his weakness.
Now, Swain had found someone even more powerless than himself.
"I must admit this is quite entertaining, especially when dealing with a corrupted race like the lizardmen," Swain remarked, his smile still in place.
The lizardmen were indeed a corrupted breed. Centuries ago, their king struck a pact, drawing power from a dark dimension. In return, the lizardmen slaughtered all other intelligent races living in this world, offering them as tribute to the ruler of the dark dimension. Swain paid no heed to the lizardman's pleas.
He walked slowly toward him, bending down by his side.
The lizardman looked at Swain with a helpless, fear-filled expression. He was so terrified that he couldn't even beg for mercy. "Fear not, it won't hurt," Swain assured him, gently placing his right hand on the lizardman's head. Swain's eyes glowed with an eerie intensity as he stared at the creature.
As the lizardman met Swain's gaze, he calmed down and remained still.
"That's it. Stay calm and don't move," Swain murmured, activating the demonic energy. Swain had never attempted to consume the soul of a living being before, but now was the moment to try. What surprised Swain was that alongside the lizardman's soul energy, there was another energy. This energy was green and quite low in intensity. What is this energy? Swain wondered aloud, using his demonic energy to absorb a portion of it. As he did so, the lizardman's skin faded slightly and became rough. Swain instantly recognized what this energy represented.
"Life energy," exclaimed Swain, taken aback.
As Swain continued to absorb this energy, he noticed his wounds healing rapidly.
All the injuries on his body closed up, and the bleeding from his left leg stopped.
Thanks to this energy, Swain felt stronger and more alive. "This is incredible!" Swain exclaimed with delight.
He flowed within the life force, rejuvenating his body.
"I just need to absorb the life energy from one more lizardman."
"Then my wounds will be completely healed," Swain declared, greedily eyeing the lizardman before him.
He intended to further empower himself by draining the life energies of the other lizardmen in the village.
6 Lizardman Village. 6 Lizardman Village.
Swain, with a sinister smile on his face, limped toward the lizardmen's village. Each step he took brought the lizardmen closer to their demise.
When he was close enough to the village, 2 lizardmen noticed him and screamed. "Enemy!"
"The guard is dead."
One of the lizardmen shouted and sprinted toward the center of the village.
The other, with the spear on his back, aimed it at Swain. The lizardman's spear resembled Swain's own. Its metal part glimmered ominously in the darkness. How can they be so sure the guard is dead?
Swain wondered. When he killed the guard, there was no one nearby, so it shouldn't have been easily noticeable.
Swain looked thoughtfully at the lizardman before him. The lizardman, fueled by anger and hatred, spoke.
My brother's scent is ingrained all over you.
You'll pay for killing him. After saying this, the lizardman charged at Swain with fury. Lizardmen had physical attributes slightly beyond those of regular humans. They were almost as strong as Swain. So he figured out, I killed the guard because of his scent, Swain muttered, launching himself at the lizardman. Although the lizardman's physical strength was comparable to Swain's, there was a significant difference in their training. Swain, despite lacking extensive experience, had been honing his skills since childhood and knew how to remain calm during battle. His body is quite unbalanced. Swain considered this and took a step toward the lizardman charging at him.
With a swift motion, he hurled his spear.
The lizardman, realizing Swain's attack, stopped running and raised his spear to block it.
Fooled you. Swain grinned.
As he continued the spear's motion, he twisted his body, rapidly changing the spear's target.
Before the lizardman could comprehend what was happening, Swain's spear sliced through his leg like a razor. A-A-A-R-R-G-G-H. The lizardman groaned in pain, losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Swain swung his spear with all his might, severing the lizardman's arms.
Ah! As the lizardman writhed in pain on the ground, tears streamed from his eyes. His single leg and 2 arms had been severed, leaving him utterly helpless.
Swain approached him with deliberate steps, bending down to grasp the lizardman by the neck. The lizardman stared blankly at Swain, realizing that death was imminent.
He began to murmur something. In my final breath,
I offer my soul to you, master of the dark dimensions.
The lizardman's words were cut short as Swain covered his mouth, a wicked smile playing on his lips. As the lizardman locked eyes with Swain, he felt an inexplicable agony in his soul. It was as if someone were pricking it with a needle.
My apologies, but your soul cannot be offered to anyone, Swain declared.
His eyes glowed with an intensified shade of purple.
After all, your soul belongs to me.
With that, he activated his demonic energy, swiftly draining the lizardman's soul and life force.
In mere seconds, the lizardman's skin turned pallid, shrinking and drying like a drained corpse.
Swain felt the rush of soul energy being devoured by the demonic force, and all the wounds on his body healed. However, there were still injuries that refused to mend. One was his left leg, damaged internally due to excessive use of demonic energy.
The other was his left arm, severed by Odin.
Just like his leg, the arm had suffered significant internal damage from the intense use of demonic energy. When Odin had cut it off, it remained in its current state.
Standing up with a satisfied expression, Swain glanced at the lizardman charging toward him. 17 individuals. To eliminate them, I'll need to use the demonic energy, he declared.
The smile on his face gave way to a serious resolve.
Although the lizardmen were not physically strong, their sheer numbers posed a significant challenge for Swain.
He had to face them alone. Hopefully none of them draws power from the dark dimensions, Swain murmured. He pulled back his spear and hurled it with all his might.
The spear cut through the wind, hurtling toward the lizardman at the forefront.
The lizardman noticed the incoming spear early and was about to dodge when he heard a voice.
Seize. At that moment, the lizardman found himself immobilized. It was as if an unseen force held him in place, preventing any movement.
Despite his struggles, he couldn't budge. All he could do was watch as the spear impaled his chest. The impact sprayed blood around, and the lizardman was propelled backward by the force of the blow. 16, Swain declared. Retrieving the spear next to him, he repeated the same action. Once again, the lizardman attempted to evade, but Swain used a binding spell to prevent his escape. The spear found its mark, piercing the lizardman's head and ending his life.
15.
As Swain found himself without anything left to throw, he assumed a defensive position and tried to stay on the outer edge as much as possible. If Swain were to enter the midst of the lizardmen, their numerical advantage would expose him to severe injuries. Considering he had only one arm, death was even a possibility.
Having already used his judgment ability twice, Swain's demonic energy reserves were significantly depleted.
He could have waited to use the demonic energy later, but he chose to use it now because he knew that killing another lizardman would easily replenish his reserves. Finally, the lizardmen closed in on Swain. The nearest lizardman swung his spear from the side. The point of impact was Swain's left side, where he lacked an arm for defense.
Swain furrowed his brow and took a swift step toward the lizardman.
By closing the distance, he avoided the spear's blow.
However, this move left him vulnerable.
Another lizardman hurled his spear, inflicting a deep wound on Swain's shoulder.
Swain winced in pain, but drawing on that pain, he seized the lizardman in front of him by the neck.
Then, using his demonic energy, he swiftly drained the lizardman's soul and life force. As the wound on Swain's shoulder rapidly healed with demonic energy, he seized the lizardman's spear. With a forceful motion, he hurled it, slicing through the abdomen of another nearby lizardman. The wounded lizardman writhed in pain, dropping his own spear and clutching the bleeding wound. Without hesitation, Swain closed in on the lizardman and drove his spear into the creature's skull, ending its life.
13, Swain muttered. As he sensed another attack coming from behind, Swain swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the blow. But before he could rise from the ground, yet another assault was launched at him.
Lifting his spear, Swain deflected this attack as well. He bent the spear slightly, causing the lizardman to lose his grip and stumble onto one leg.
Seizing the opportunity, Swain hurled his spear, severing the lizardman's right leg.
The lizardman was left crippled.
However, before Swain could turn around, another spear hurtled toward him, impaling his back. RRRHH.
Swain cried out, gritting his teeth. With fury etched on his face, he spun around and retaliated. Grabbing his own spear, he flung it at the lizardman who had thrown the spear. The lizardman was relatively close. Without resorting to any magic, Swain's thrown spear pierced the lizardman's chest, instantly ending his life. Swain pulled the spear from his back, wincing at the pain. Despite the agony, he gritted his teeth and endured.
"Damn insects!"
Swain exclaimed.
"I need to heal," he whispered, hobbling toward the lizardman lying legless on the ground.
As Swain reached the lizardman's side, an arrow flew, striking his left kneecap. The impact was forceful, shattering Swain's kneecap.
He collapsed onto his one remaining knee, primitive rage etching his face.
11 lizardmen stood, armed, 10 with spears, 1 with a bow and arrow. They remained motionless, observing Swain with caution. "You'll pay for killing our brethren," shouted one of the lizardmen, charging at Swain with fury. "No. Don't do this," cried the lizardman with the bow, but the other paid no heed, continuing his relentless pursuit. As the lizardmen closed in on Swain, spear poised to strike his head, Swain's eyes glowed with a vivid purple light. With a sudden movement, he shifted his head to the side, narrowly evading the spear.
The lizardman, blood dripping from his mouth, stared in disbelief as the spear missed Swain's head, grazing only his cheek.
But in that very instant, Swain drove his own spear into the lizardman's heart.
"Before he dies, I must absorb his life energy," Swain thought.
He withdrew the spear, then seized the lizardman by the neck.
The surrounding lizardmen gaped, witnessing the rapid healing of Swain's back and kneecap wounds.
The recovery was monstrous, defying belief. Tossing the crumpled, lifeless lizardman aside, Swain rose to his feet.
His face bore an immense grin, and his eyes radiated a brilliant purple glow, illuminating the darkness around him.
Swain's face contorted with madness as he muttered 10, charging toward the lizardmen. Caught off guard, they watched in shock as Swain hurled his spear, decapitating one of the lizardmen.
"Burn!"
Swain whispered, and instantly the archer aiming from a distance burst into flames. The lizardmen writhed on the ground, engulfed in red fire that refused to extinguish. The remaining lizardmen snapped out of their stupor and converged on Swain. He fought them relentlessly, heedless of his own injuries. With each spear thrust, another lizardman fell, inching closer to death.
8,
7, 6, 5, 4,
3,
2.
1.
Swain counted aloud as he dispatched each lizardman. The remaining 4 lizardmen turned their backs and attempted to flee, but Swain pursued mercilessly, ending their lives. Swain, with a grin that bordered on madness, stared at the last remaining lizardman. The creature's legs had been severed and tears streamed from its eyes. Swain's entire body was drenched in blood.
His once white hair now bore no trace of its original color, and his face was obscured by the thick crimson fluid.
The only striking feature visible was the glow of his purple eyes, which seemed to pierce to the darkness. Swain's spear had dulled and twisted, but its sharpness mattered little. It was the deeds he accomplished with it that held significance. "How long has this village been here?" Swain inquired, the grin never leaving his face.
"Go to hell," the lizardman managed to rasp out.
Swain chuckled at the response, the sound escalating into full-blown laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha." The lizardman stared at him, bewildered. He couldn't predict the actions of the person before him.
"Do you know who I am?"
Swain asked, amusement dancing in his eyes. "No one can keep secrets from me."
"Not even this universe," he added.
"When the time comes, I'll uncover all the secrets within this universe," Swain declared, lifting the lizardman by the throat.
"Now let's see what kind of secrets you're hiding."
As Swain spoke, the glow in his eyes intensified, locking onto the lizardman's gaze.
7 new spells. 7 new spells.
Swain, while staring intently into the lizardman's eyes, saw all his secrets.
The lizardman, as if enchanted, couldn't see anything other than Swain's eyes.
The white glimmers in the depths of Swain's purple eyes drew circles that caressed the lizardman's mind, ensnaring him under Swain's influence. As Swain continued to gaze into the lizardman's eyes, 20 seconds swiftly passed. Satisfied that he had obtained the desired information, Swain released the lizardman's arm.
The lizardman, still in shock, looked at Swain with bewilderment. He couldn't fully comprehend what had just happened, but he sensed that all his secrets had been laid bare. "What have you done to me?" The lizardman trembled, his voice barely audible. The events of moments ago were beyond belief, leaving him in a state of profound astonishment.
"So you were trying to build a new empire," Swain said with a wry smile.
"Apparently Roland didn't do his job well," he added.
The ability he had just used showed him his opponent's secrets.
Of course, this ability had some limitations.
First of all, he could only see the secrets that his opponent hid from Swain, and secondly, this ability consumed most of the energy in his eyes. At the same time, this ability could be easily blocked by those with strong will or by those who were stronger than Swain. Swain had discovered this ability when he was still a child. He had tried this ability on a child of his own age and failed. At that time, he had not realized how powerful this ability was. But as the years passed, he had improved and mastered this ability. The lizardman's face turned pale when he heard Swain's words.
"How do you know this?" he shouted with all his strength.
Swain did not care about the lizardman's words and swung his spear, cutting off his neck.
"This ability is more challenging than I thought," Swain said as he blinked his eyes.
Using this ability was exhausting for him, but it was worth it. The lizardmen were uniting to build an empire, and this was a great opportunity for Swain. If they want to build a strong empire, they definitely have lizardmen who draw power from the dark dimension by their side, Swain thought aloud. Swain added, "I can't deal with them right now, I need to increase my demon energy and use new spells." A lizardman who could draw power from the dark dimension could fight head-to-head with an Asgardian, who had divine energy of the 3rd level, and even defeat him if he was strong enough. Swain's demon energy was at the beginning of the 1st level, and he had very few spells to use. If he wanted to create more spells, He had to increase his demon energy, and to increase his demon energy, he had to kill hollows or lizard men.
He had learned from the lizard man he had just killed that there were other lizard man villages nearby.
The population of the nearby lizard man village was 50, and Swain's demon energy would increase greatly if he killed them. "I'll think about that later, I have more important things to do right now," he said, and looked at the lizard man corpses on the ground with a big smile on his face. He had not sucked the souls of most of the lizard men. Swain limped around all the lizard man corpses and sucked their souls. Swain's expression showed that he enjoyed this process immensely as he sucked the souls of the lizard men. Swain's demon energy grew as he sucked the souls. This feeling was incredible. Swain's demon energy had increased greatly when he sucked all the souls.
"I have to go to the other lizard man village without wasting time," Swain said, and started walking. He moved very slowly and carefully towards the village, trying not to encounter any hollows.
This made his journey even longer. Swain tried to do many new spells during the journey, but he failed in almost all of them. When he used words to do magic, the resulting spell was very weak. So Swain used more demon energy to strengthen the spell.
But this also drained his demon energy reserve quickly.
Swain took breaks when he had no demon energy and waited for it to refill. The demon energy filled up over time, but this was very slow compared to sucking someone else's soul. Swain wanted to use his soul-sucking ability, but he needed a living being nearby for that. Swain had only been able to create 2 spells during his journey. Actually, this was a very good result, because Swain's demon energy was limited, and he had to wait for it to refill every time.
One of the spells he created was an attack. The other was a defense spell.
So far, he had no other spells that he could use to deal high damage or defend himself.
The 2 spells he created also consumed a lot of demon energy, but it was worth it.
Indeed, Swain's goal in creating these spells was to add diversity to himself in terms of magic. The defense spell that Swain created had a very simple mechanism, and he had no difficulty in creating this spell. Thanks to this spell, Swain could defend himself against the attacks directed at him by using his demon energy.
Thus, he could attack his opponent while protecting himself.
This spell would become one of Swain's most trusted spells in the future. This spell was a barrier spell. When Swain said the word required to use this spell, he could create a barrier of demon energy wherever he wanted. The barrier he created consumed more demon energy the farther it was from Swain. The downside of this spell was that the barrier he created was not very large.
Actually, his goal when creating this spell was to make a barrier that covered his whole body. But the demon energy was not enough for that.
For now, the barrier he created was circular and had a radius of 0.5 meter. Actually, he could enlarge or shrink this barrier, but doing that would also change the expenditure of demon energy. When Swain wanted to increase the protection power of the barrier, he could do that by pouring more demon energy into the barrier, but this process would completely deplete his demon energy. Therefore, he had to be very careful when using this spell.
This spell was a spell that could save Swain's life, but it could also put him in danger. Swain was not afraid of getting injured, because he could heal all his wounds easily by sucking the life energy of a lizard man.
The real problem here was the attacks from a long distance.
If his opponent was strong enough, he would not approach Swain, and he could easily kill him with his attacks from afar.
Swain would never heal unless there was a living being nearby, and he would die soon. The intelligence of normal lizard men was not enough to think of this, but a lizard man who gained power from the dark dimension could easily think of this. Swain, thinking of this, had created a barrier spell and had taken precautions to prevent such a situation.
With this spell, Swain could protect himself and gain an advantage over his opponent.
Swain's other spell was simple, just like the barrier spell, but he had worked hard to create this spell. This spell was a mid and long-range attack spell.
When Swain said the word that activated the spell, a crow made entirely of demon energy appeared in the air.
Swain could give orders to the crow with his thoughts and make it attack his opponents.
This crow exploded when it touched his opponents.
The reason why he struggled to create this spell was to give the crow a will.
This way, the crow could fly in the direction Swain wanted and attack his opponents.
This spell would be one of Swain's most effective attack spells.
When Swain first used this spell, a crow made of demon energy appeared in the air and exploded instantly.
The spell was of no use to Swain in this state.
So Swain, after long trials, managed to give the crow a will.
This way, he could now give orders to the crow with his thoughts. This spell had no drawbacks and was perfect. Swain had not fully mastered this spell yet.
That's why the crow took 5 seconds to form.
The explosion caused by the crow was very low level.
This spell was a spell that Swain could surprise his opponents with. But he should not expect too much damage. This spell, in its current state, was a spell that Swain used to confuse and annoy his opponents.
Swain could enlarge the explosion caused by the crow by using more demon energy, but if he did that, the time it took to form the crow would increase exponentially, and his demon energy reserve would run out quickly. When he mastered this spell enough and his demon energy reserve grew, he could try to load more demon energy to the crows. This way, the explosion caused by the crow could be more powerful and effective. Even though Swain could give orders to the crow with his thoughts, he could not see what the crow saw, and he could not give complex orders to the crow.
Therefore, he could only direct the crow to a specific target and detonate it.
When Swain was in Asgard, all the crows living in Asgard were under Swain's control, and Swain could see and hear everything the crows saw and heard.
This way, he knew almost everything that happened in Asgard.
Swain could easily take control of the crows when he was close enough to them.
There were only 2 ways for Swain to lose control of the crows.
The first one was the distance. If Swain got too far away from the crows he controlled, the bond between them would break and the crow would be free. The second one was the death of the crows he controlled. When Swain was thrown into a cell after killing Roland, Odin killed all the crows in Asgard with his divine energy, preventing Swain from knowing what was going on outside.
I finally arrived, Swain said, hiding behind a rock.
He had been on the road for about 3 weeks and had finally reached the Lizardman village. 8 hypocrisy. Compared to the previous Lizardman village, this village was much bigger and more advanced.
The stone houses gave a solid and durable look.
The village was surrounded by a 5-meter-high stone wall, and Swain could only see one entrance. This was good news for Swain, because having a point where the lizardmen entered and exited the village gave him a great advantage. At the entrance of the village, 2 lizardmen armed with armor and spears were guarding. Their armor was made of leather, and it was obvious that they were not very durable. This tribe is clearly much more advanced than the previous one, Swain said with a thoughtful expression. Odin had assigned Roland to destroy the lizardmen years ago. Roland had returned to Asgard, claiming that he had killed all the lizardmen in one day. All the people had accepted this lie without questioning and celebrated Roland for achieving a great success. How did Odin and Heimdall not notice this? Swain asked himself, wondering. Or did they ignore it on purpose? Swain pondered on what benefits the survival of the lizardmen could bring to Asgard.
But soon he decided that the lizardmen's living had no importance for Asgard.
No, it's not possible that they ignored it. Lizardmen are an insignificant race. Their living or dying has no benefit for Asgard.
Swain thought aloud.
Heimdall was the guardian of Asgard and the herald of Ragnarök.
He could see and hear everything that happened in the 9 realms thanks to his powers. Of course, Swain believed that this power had a limit.
If this power had no limit, Heimdall could compete with Odin in terms of wisdom. At least Swain thought so. Odin was a watcher and a warrior in his own right. His wisdom was so great that he could sense things that happened on very distant planets and even shape the future to some extent. Odin had never used his wisdom fully. The reason was that he had never encountered an opponent who was powerful enough to use his entire wisdom. Odin had many powers, and his powers were very diverse. He had abilities such as magic, reality, manipulation, divine energy, and predicting the future.
Odin's power was very close to the beings who had their own dimension, so it was very unlikely or even impossible for him to not see the things that happened on this planet. This leaves only one scenario.
The only being that can deceive Odin and Heimdall is the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Dormammu.
Swain said, frowning.
Actually, there were a few more beings that could deceive Odin and Heimdall, but they had nothing to do with the lizard men. Frigga had told Swain about the powerful beings in this universe and the hierarchy among them when Swain was a child. It seems that Dormammu wants to add this planet to his dimension by using the lizard men. Swain said anxiously, "I will be on this planet for the next 500 years.
I don't know how long it will take Dormammu to pull this planet into his dimension, but I can't wait for that."
Swain added. Swain was trapped on this planet that Dormammu was trying to pull into his dimension. If Dormammu succeeded, the inevitable end for Swain was death. There were only two ways to escape this terrible fate.
The first one was to sit and wait without doing anything.
Maybe Dormammu would forget or give up on adding this planet to his dimension.
But this possibility was very low.
It was doubtful that this planet could survive for another 500 years. The second one was to act bravely. He had to find a way to break the connection between Dormammu and this planet.
This way, even if it endangered Swain's life more, there was at least some hope.
Swain did not spend too much time to make his decision. He was not someone who trusted his luck, and he would not sit and pray to the creators for Dormammu to give up on this planet for 500 years. There must be an avatar of Dormammu on this planet.
If I can find and kill him, maybe I can cut off Dormammu's connection with this planet,
Swain said with a determined voice. But there was a big problem. If Swain wanted to kill the Avatar, he had to be at least at the level of a mid-level divine being.
With his current power, let alone an Avatar, a large number of lizardmen could easily kill him.
"I have to get stronger quickly," Swain said and clenched his right hand into a fist. There was a great determination on his face. For the next 10 days, Swain wandered around the village and examined it. There were always 2 guards at the entrance of the village, and they changed every day. Every 3 days, about 15 lizard men left the village and went hunting. According to Swain's estimates, these lizard men must have been the best warriors in the village. Except for the hunter lizard men, no one went outside during the day or even approached the exit gate. "The hunters will be back in about 3 hours, Swain said, and came out from behind the rock. He was hiding and headed towards the village. If you wanted to attack this village, now was the perfect time. The village's 15 hunters had left the village to hunt, and the village's defense was greatly weakened. Come out,"
Swain shouted.
The demonic energy around him had started to move and his voice echoed. After Swain said these words, the demonic energy in front of him began to gather and slowly form a shape. The demonic energy quickly took shape, and after only 5 seconds a crow made of demonic energy appeared. This crow was completely red and emitted an ominous energy to the surroundings.
The crow's eyes glowed red and instilled fear in its opponents.
"Kill the guard on the right," Swain thought. The crow seemed to understand Swain's thoughts and flew up and quickly towards the lizard man, who was looking around absent-mindedly.
The lizard man frowned and looked around when he felt a restlessness.
As soon as he looked to his left, he saw a red bird flying towards him.
"What is TH?" The lizard man couldn't finish his words before the crow hit the lizard man's head and disappeared after a small demonic energy explosion.
This explosion directly destroyed the lizard man's head and caused the other lizard man to be shaken.
The lizard man lifted his head in astonishment and looked at the headless lizard man corpse in front of him.
When he saw this corpse, he felt a great fear inside. He didn't even understand what had happened, but his friend was dead. "Don't worry, I'll send you to his side," said a voice from behind. The lizard man tried to turn around quickly when he heard these words, but a hand grabbed him by the neck and prevented him from turning around.
The grip on his neck tightened and the lizard man felt an incredible pain from his heart. This pain was so bad that it felt like someone was sucking his blood.
He tried to resist this pain, but his efforts were futile.
Soon his limbs weakened and he dropped his spear to the ground.
Only seconds later, his eyes darkened and closed, never to open again. Surprisingly, he slowed down my absorption of life energy,
Swain said, frowning. It seems that it won't be easy for me to absorb the life energy of powerful people.
He added and approached the other lizard man corpse and sucked his soul. "Come out,"
Swain shouted. When Swain said these words, 3 red crows began to form in the air. The crows were fully formed after 10 seconds and looked at Swain as if they were waiting for an order.
"Enter the village and attack the first person you see," Swain said, giving orders to the crows. As Swain said these words, the 3 crows entered the village quickly to find a lizard man to attack. Swain took the spear of one of the lizard men he had killed and began to move carefully towards the depths of the village.
He was moving very slowly now and trying to stay away from the torches as much as possible. The lizard man race, although they could see well in the dark, hung torches in their villages.
Swain actually didn't know and didn't care what the reason for this was. The only thing he cared about right now was to kill all the lizard men in this village before the hunters returned.
As soon as Swain entered the village, he heard consecutive explosion sounds from the depths of the village. The crows have reached their targets. This explosion will distract the lizard men. I have to be quick.
Swain whispered and started to look for lizard men by wandering quickly in the village.
Only a few seconds later, he encountered a lizard man. This lizard man was female and was looking after her newborn cubs. Lizard men, like other races, mated and reproduced.
When Swain saw the lizard man caring for her cubs, he felt a guilt in his heart involuntarily. Lizard men, although they were a bad race, the newborn cubs had no fault. Swain entered the house of the lizard man very quietly and with a frown. The female lizard man didn't notice Swain's entrance because she was too focused on her cubs.
The lizard man felt an unbearable pain in her back while she was happily caring for her cubs. This pain spread to her whole body in a short time, and blood started to come out of the lizard man's mouth.
The lizard man tried to cover her mouth in astonishment, but the pain in her back was making her eyes darken. "Blame your ancestors for this," Swain said with an emotionless voice and stabbed the lizard man deeper, killing her.
The cubs who saw this scene started to cry and ran to their dead mother, trying to wake her up.
Swain couldn't help but feel moved when he saw this scene. "Life is very cruel," he whispered and bent down to touch the lizard man's corpse.
"Especially for the weak,"
he added, and sucked the lizard man's soul without caring about the cubs. The lizard man's soul replenished Swain's energy reserves. Swain got up, gave a last look at the cubs, and walked out of the house. Swain had a conflict in his mind.
One side was blaming himself. The other side was thinking that it was his right.
In fact, the conflict in Swain's mind lasted only 2 seconds.
It doesn't mean that they are innocent now. They will be the same in the future.
They have evil in their genes, Swain thought. The ancestors of the lizard men had made an irreversible deal long ago. If the lizard men were to blame someone, they had to admit that their ancestors were guilty. Swain felt a relief in his body after he got rid of the dilemma in his mind. He looked ahead with a frown and a great confidence.
Burn.
When Swain shouted this, all the houses around him, including the one he had just left, were covered with red flames and started to burn.
The red flames spread to the whole village in a short time, causing a great panic and chaos.
Swain watched this scene from the shadows and decided that it was the right time to attack.
9 strong competitor. 9 strong competitor.
"Where did these flames come from?" shouted a lizard man in panic. Lizard men did not come to the surface unless they had to. That's why they never saw a naturally occurring flame in their lives. The flames they saw were the ones they used to make torches. They obtained these torches from the blood of the worms they hunted. This blood was a highly flammable substance, and a small spark was enough to ignite it. The lizard men looked at the red flames in front of them in astonishment. They did not know what to do because they had never seen such a flame in their lives. The lizard men could not extinguish the red flames, no matter how hard they tried. The flames burned and spread as if nothing could stop them. "What kind of flames are these?" whispered a lizard man in awe. They had tried every way to put out the flames, but their efforts were in vain. They had even spent a large part of their limited water reserves to extinguish these flames. The waters flowed away as if the flames were not there when they came into contact with the red flames. The lizard men were so panicked and focused on putting out the fire that they did not notice that their numbers were rapidly decreasing. It was as if a hunter was hunting the lizard men who strayed from the herd. The prey that strayed from the herd died without any reaction. A lizard man took his attention away from the red flames in front of him and looked around absent-mindedly.
After looking around, the lizard man felt that something was wrong. He examined his surroundings more carefully and finally realized what made him feel wrong.
When the lizard man realized this, sweat drops appeared on his forehead. The reason for this was not the high temperature caused by the red flames. The reason was pure fear.
There was a being in the shadows, and it was hunting them without anyone noticing.
"Everyone be alert, someone is hunting us," shouted the lizard man. The other lizard men who heard these words looked around, taking their attention away from the red flames. When they did this, they felt a great shock and fear. There were 30 lizard men here just 2 hours ago, and now there were only 15 lizard men. Their numbers had halved in just 2 hours, and it was so quiet that no one noticed it during this time. A lizard man broke free from his fear and shouted, "Be careful and stay together." The lizard men approached each other in fear and stood together, leaning their backs against each other. The lizard men standing in the middle felt safe, but the lizard men outside felt like prey. It was as if one of the shadows was watching them and would attack them soon. In fact, the lizard men's feelings were not wrong. Swain was watching the lizard men from a dark corner.
He couldn't help but chuckle when he saw the lizard men get scared and gathered together.
"Nice strategy," said Swain with a chuckle.
"But it's meaningless against me. In fact, it gives me an advantage," he added.
The lizard men's intelligence was not good enough.
That's why the crowd they formed was very unstable, and they were too close to each other.
The lizard men being so close to each other gave Swain a great advantage. "Go. Attack Vitally as Mutes Possibly." When Swain said these words, 3 crows made of demonic energy on his shoulders, flew up and quickly flew towards the lizard men. The lizard men were still together and looked around with fear and anxiety. "I think we scared him by staying together," said a lizard man proudly. But as soon as the lizard man said these words, 3 red crows dived into them and exploded. All 3 crows dived into the middle of the 15 people and caused as much damage as possible. 5 lizard men died instantly, and 1 was seriously injured by the simultaneous explosion of the 3 crows. The explosion surprised and shook the lizard men around. Swain took advantage of the lizard men's shock and charged at them and swung his spear with all his strength before they could recover from the shock. The spear moved fast and instantly tore off a lizard man's head.
Swain turned with the spear and made another attack without losing the spear's momentum.
The momentum of this attack was much higher than the previous one, and it split a lizard man's chest in half without any difficulty. Swain continued to spin his spear around, applying the same technique and turning his whole body with the spear if necessary. With each spin of his spear, the spear's momentum increased exponentially, and in proportion to this, the spear's attack power increased greatly. The weak and scared lizard men died with a single blow of the spear before they could even retaliate. As Swain killed one, the fear on the lizard men's faces grew even more. It was quite ironic that the lizard men, who were known for their pride and arrogance, fell into this state. Swain's spear descended on the lizard men like a doom.
When only 1 lizard man was left, Swain had to stop the momentum of his spear.
The reason for this was the spear in his hand.
The spear had dulled after a few blows with extremely high momentum, and the iron of the spear had bent.
"It lasted well," said Swain, and threw the spear. This spear technique was one of the first techniques taught to soldiers in Asgard. The workings of this technique were very easy and understandable. All you had to do was not lose the spear's momentum and keep attacking without stopping. In fact, Swain was trying this technique for the first time. He learned this technique by watching the soldiers training when he was young. When he was little, his physical strength was not enough to enter the training with the soldiers.
That's why the only thing he could do was secretly watch the soldiers while they were training.
This technique, although a basic technique, was perfect for fear and weak opponents.
If the lizard men were not so scared or were as strong as Swain, they could easily stop this technique. The flaw of this technique was that if someone stopped the attack's momentum, it would cause a great physical exhaustion and a bit of dizziness. "Is there another village nearby?" said Swain, looking at the scared lizard man in front of him. The lizard man's fear grew even more when he met Swain's ruthless eyes. The lizard man swallowed when he heard Swain's question.
He didn't need to be very smart to understand why Swain asked this question. The lizard man decided to tell Swain the nearby village after hesitating for a few seconds.
The lizard man's will was not strong enough, and maybe Swain would forgive him if he told him the truth.
At least the lizard man thought so. When Swain saw that the lizard man was in a dilemma, he gave him some time by going to the side of the lizard men he killed and sucking their souls. The lizard man's fear grew even more when he saw this scene.
"Yes, there are lizard man villages nearby," said the lizard man, choosing his words very carefully not to anger Swain.
Swain showed no sign of surprise when he heard these words. Indeed, he expected this. "Tell me where this village is, and how many lizard men live in this village," said Swain.
The lizard man started talking without hesitation as soon as he heard Swain's words. "The population of the village is almost the same as this village."
"As for where the village is," said the lizard man and paused a bit.
He seemed to be thinking whether his decisions were right or wrong. "Go straight from here." The lizard man disappeared from where he was before he could finish his words as a brightness passed in front of Swain.
Swain widened his eyes in shock.
The silver glint passed in front of him so fast that he didn't see what it was. He quickly turned his head to the right and saw what had passed in front of him.
There was a lizard man corpse on the wall to Swain's right.
This lizard man was the same as the one who was standing in front of him a moment ago.
There was a 2-meter-long silver spear in the lizard man's chest, and it had pinned him to the wall.
"There is no need for traitors to live."
A hoarse voice came from behind Swain. The voice sounded like a lizard man's voice. The owner of the voice passed slowly behind Swain and walked towards the silver spear stuck in the wall.
Swain was so shocked when he saw the owner of the voice that he stayed in place. "I couldn't sense him. He is definitely dangerous."
The owner of the voice was a lizard man, but he had great differences that distinguished him from his fellow race. This lizard man was surprisingly 3 meters tall, and muscles were sprouting from all over his body. The lizard man had a snow-white skin and scars all over his skin.
The lizard man's tail was much longer than the others and had a plate-like bone on it. The lizard man was wearing a black leather pants that stretched from his waist to his knees. The lizard man didn't care about Swain and pulled out his silver spear from the wall and cleaned the blood on it. "I came here to find out why we didn't hear from the villages here, and I guess you are the reason for that," said the lizard man with a voice that contained no emotion.
The lizard man lifted his head after cleaning his spear and made eye contact with Swain. When Swain made eye contact with this abnormal lizard man, he saw intelligent sparks in his eyes. This lizard man is different from the others.
"If I want to get out of here alive, I have to use everything I have thought, Swain. 10 tough fight. 10 tough fight." This lizard man is different from the others.
"If I want to get out of here alive, I have to use everything I have." The lizard man was looking at Swain, and Swain was examining the lizard man's face details. The lizard man's eyes were blood red, and he had a large scar above his left eye.
The color of his eyes and the scar on his eye made him look very scary. Meanwhile, the lizard man was also scrutinizing Swain.
"How many villages did you destroy before you came here?"
1, 2, 3? The lizard man asked.
As he said these, there was no expression on his face, but his anger was evident from his tone of voice. Swain, seeing that the lizard man was talking to him, thought this could be an opportunity. "Come out," Swain whispered. His voice was so low that the lizard man couldn't hear him.
The lizard man didn't hear Swain, but he noticed that his lips were moving. "Did you say something?" he asked. "Yes. I destroyed a few villages before I came here. Unfortunately, I don't remember exactly how many villages I destroyed."
Swain lied blatantly.
The lizard man's face showed a disgusting smile when he heard these words.
Kick, you're quite funny."
The lizard man chuckled.
"Now,
Tell me who you are and why you are in this world, the lizard man.
As he said this, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a very serious expression. Swain had a plan in his mind when he heard the lizard man's words. I came to finish the job that Asgard left unfinished,
Swain said, putting on a serious face.
He could use this lizard man to find out why Roland didn't destroy the lizard men a long time ago. To do this, he had to show a very good acting. The lizard man raised his eyebrows in surprise for a moment when he heard Swain's words. But the lizard man quickly composed himself and continued to look at Swain seriously.
So Asgard learned this?
The lizard man said.
Yes.
Swain answered. Asgard may have learned this, but they made a big mistake. The lizard man said.
At the end of his sentence, a small smile appeared on his face.
What are you talking about? Swain asked. Keke.
The lizard man chuckled when he heard Swain's question.
If Asgard wants to destroy the lizard men, they should have sent someone stronger than you.
The lizard man said and charged at Swain.
This lizard man's speed was much higher than his fellow race.
So fast?
Swain thought in astonishment.
The lizard man reached to Swain in the blink of an eye and swung his silver spear swiftly.
The lizard man's silver spear looked very sharp and it was shining ominously in the dark. Barrier! Swain shouted in panic. As the silver spear was moving towards Swain's neck, a red round barrier appeared in front of him and blocked the silver spear's path. When the silver spear and the red barrier collided, the barrier trembled but resisted the spear's power. Because of the impact, the silver spear vibrated and recoiled. Attack! Swain had hidden 2 crows behind him, and they came out and quickly moved towards the lizard man who had lost his balance.
The lizard man, who couldn't recover yet, saw 2 crows moving fast and hitting his chest and exploding. There was a small energy explosion and the lizard man was dragged back a meter.
Swain had created these crows and he had hidden them behind him during his conversation with the lizard man. I have to make this skill stronger as soon as possible. Swain thought and grabbed a spear from the ground and moved towards the lizard man who was stunned. The crow creation skill, although good in terms of damage and disruption, had to be very simple in the commands it received. If the skill was more advanced, Swain could have given more detailed orders to the crows.
For example, one of the crows could attack the foot, and the other could attack the hand. But he couldn't do that right now.
Swain swung his spear and aimed for the neck of the lizard man who had knelt on one knee. The spear was about to touch the lizard man's neck when the lizard man showed an incredible reflex and dodged the spear and jumped back, putting some distance between him and Swain. Did he dodge that too? The physical features that the lizard man showed easily surpassed Swain. The lizard man looked carefully at Swain and brought one hand to his neck and touched his neck with his finger. When the lizard man pulled his finger, there was blood on his finger. Even though he showed an incredible reflex, he couldn't completely escape Swain's attack.
This wound, although nothing more than a scratch, hurt the lizard man's pride. I underestimated you. My name is Scar. What's yours? The lizard man asked.
Swain was a little surprised when he heard these words.
After all, none of the lizard men he had encountered so far had a special name for themselves.
My name is Jericho Swain, Swain said.
Jericho Swain.
Scar whispered and squeezed the spear in his hand. Your death will be by my hand, he shouted angrily and slammed his foot on the ground and threw himself at Swain.
The ground cracked and Scar moved towards Swain like a bullet coming out of a barrel.
Swain's eyes sparkled and he quickly stepped to the right. Scar's spear grazed Swain's ribs and caused a small wound to form there. Ag! Swain groaned and swung his spear and attacked Scar. Scar raised his spear quickly and blocked Swain's attack. Ding! The sound of metals clashing.
The 2 spears collided in the air and made a disturbing sound. Thus, the struggle between Scar and Swain became even more heated and the attacks became faster. Ding! 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 The sound of metals clashing was heard in the destroyed Lizard Man village.
The war between Swain and Scar was still going on and never losing its speed. Swain had no wounds on his body, but it was clear that he was very tired. Swain had only one arm. So if he wanted to fight Scar, he had to fight with all his physical strength. This was exhausting Swain. Swain's hands were trembling and his hair was soaked with sweat. The blood stains on his face and hair were almost completely cleaned by the sweat.
Swain had a big smile on his face and his purple eyes were shining like little stars.
The skin around Swain's eyes had dried and turned purple, as if affected by the purple brightness of his eyes. Swain never stopped smiling on his face while fighting Scar. He saw this struggle as a very fun game for him and gave the impression that he didn't take this fight seriously. But that was not the case at all.
The only reason for the big smile on Swain's face was that he enjoyed this fight and the adrenaline level rising in him immensely.
Scar got angrier every time he saw the smile on Swain's face and sped up his attacks.
The surprising thing was that even though Scar's physical features were superior, wounds were forming on his body, albeit small.
But there was something Swain didn't notice. It was a bit of cunning and calculation hidden in the depths of Scar's eyes. Normally, Swain could easily notice these small details, but his eyes were completely locked on the fight. Swain escaped from Scar's every attack at the last moment, and used the barrier spell when he couldn't escape the attacks. Swain's demon energy reserves were limited and there were no souls around to replenish his energy.
So Swain didn't spend his energy unless he had to, and used it only for the barrier spell.
Is the only thing you can do is run away? Scar shouted angrily and swung his spear with all his strength from top to bottom. The silver spear was shining ominously and its speed was breaking the wind. Swain could easily see this attack, but his body was not agile enough to escape this attack.
Barrier.
With these words, a red barrier appeared in front of the silver spear. Scar showed no concern when he saw this barrier. On the contrary, a big smile appeared on his face. Swain felt a great anxiety when he saw this smile. It was as if something was going wrong. He was about to transfer more demon energy to the barrier and strengthen it when the silver spear moved quickly and hit the barrier.
When the silver spear and the barrier collided, the barrier shook and cracked. In just half a second, the barrier shattered like glass and scattered.
The silver spear shattered the red barrier and lost some speed, but continued on its way and pierced Swain's left shoulder.
Agig.
11 Death's Hand.
11 Death's Hand.
When the silver spear pierced Swain's shoulder, Swain writhed in pain. The spear had gone deep, and if Swain's barrier hadn't slowed down the spear, it could have split Swain in two. Swain knelt on one knee and looked at Scar with a forced smile on his face. "You tricked me," Swain said, keeping his smile.
"I did, yes, but I must say you reacted very well. If you hadn't strengthened your barrier at the last moment, my spear would have cut you in half," Scar said.
The serious expression on his face had completely disappeared and was replaced by a smug and arrogant smile.
"Ha ha ha, I can't believe I was tricked by a lizard man," Swain said, giggling. Swain's face, although smiling, was badly injured and he could barely breathe.
Swain hadn't noticed, but Scar had been controlling his power since the beginning of the fight. The reason for this was that Swain's barrier was adjusted according to Scar's power. Swain's demon energy reserve was limited, and he tried to save demon energy by lowering his barrier according to Scar's power. Scar kept his power low, making Swain create a weaker barrier, and in his final attack he used all his power to break Swain's weak barrier. If Swain hadn't suspected and strengthened his barrier at the last moment, he would be dead now. In short, Swain had been tricked by Scar from the start of the fight. How did I fall for this? Swain asked himself seriously. Although he had a smile on his face, he was thinking of how to get out of the situation. There was actually a way, but Swain didn't want to use it. If I use it, I have a very high chance of dying. Swain thought anxiously. If I don't use it, I will definitely die. Swain thought desperately.
Scar smiled when he saw that Swain wasn't talking and was looking at him absent-mindedly.
"What's wrong, Asgardian? Is your life flashing before your eyes?" Scar said mockingly. His words were dripping with smugness and arrogance. Your mistake was to think of me as the other lizard men. I'm different from them. I'm powerful, Scar said proudly.
As he said these words, the smile on his face made Scar look like a madman. H H H H H H H H H H H H H A H H H H H H H I. I. I'm so sorry. Swain laughed as if he had heard a very funny joke. Scar frowned when he saw Swain laughing. What's so funny, Asgardian? Scar asked angrily. Swain stopped his laughter and looked at Scar with a smile. I find it very funny that a lizard man is so smug and arrogant. Actually, I have no idea why lizard men are arrogant. After all, they are very weak, Swain said mockingly. He had a sarcastic expression on his face. Scar was enraged when he heard Swain's words and decided that it was time to kill him. Scar pulled the spear out of Swain's shoulder and lifted the spear in the air and looked at Swain. What are your last words, Asgardian? Scar asked mercilessly. I don't know, I've never thought about it, and I can tell you that these will definitely not be my last words, Swain said bravely. What are you talking about? You are badly injured and your life is in my hands, Scar said. Apparently you're not that smart. This is called stalling, you idiot, Swain said smiling. Scar frowned when he heard these words and swung his spear down quickly, but it was too late. Swain had been shaping the demon energy inside him for a long time and was preparing for the spell he was about to do. He had never used this spell before. In fact, this spell was only theoretical, and Swain was thinking of trying it when he got stronger. According to Swain's estimates, this spell would consume an incredible amount of demon energy, and if he wanted to continue this spell, he had to have a large reserve of demon energy. The logic of this spell was quite easy. Swain's demon energy was gathered on the left side of his chest and was very close to his severed left arm. In fact, Scar's spear would almost reach the place where the demon energy reserve was. Swain didn't know what would happen when this happened. Would the attack pass through the energy or damage the demon energy? This was a question for later. Swain's demon energy was close to his severed left arm, and Swain would try to create an arm made of demon energy by using almost all of his demon energy reserves. The arm formed by demon energy would work like a normal arm and would contain all the nerves and muscles. Swain's demon energy could not leave his body unless he had a tool, and if Swain used parts of his body, the demon energy would harm him. Thanks to this spell, Swain would have a left arm, and with this left arm, he would be able to control the demon energy freely. This would greatly increase Swain's combat power. Of course, these were just theories. Swain had only thought of this spell. He had never tried to use it. The reason for this was that it was very risky. At best, the spell would work and Swain's combat power would increase greatly. At worst, using so much demon energy at once would kill him or cripple him forever. Swain had almost taken control of all the demon energy and suddenly directed it to his left shoulder. As the demon energy flowed to his left shoulder, time seemed to slow down. The silver spear flying towards him in the air slowed down and almost came to a stop. Meanwhile, Swain's attention was focused on recreating his left arm. When the demon energy reached his left shoulder and flowed out, Swain began to reshape his left arm using the demon energy. This process required an incredible amount of focus. Indeed, it was very difficult to use an uncontrollable and destructive energy like demon energy to create veins and muscles. This process also required an incredible amount of pain resistance. Bones, veins, muscles were reformed, and this process was very painful. As time passed, the demon energy on Swain's left shoulder began to take shape and finally formed an arm. The newly formed arm emitted an incredibly ominous aura and looked very scary. The color of Swain's newly formed arm was made up of shades of red and black. The red and black energy on his arm was spreading around, and it looked like it was barely maintaining its physical form.
Swain's fingers on his left hand were very long and thin, and there were sharp, long nails at the tips of his fingers. These nails were black and looked very dangerous. "You're wasting your time. You will die by my hands today,"
Scar shouted.
Swain felt that most of his demon energy reserve had disappeared when his left arm was fully formed.
As long as his left arm existed, he would continue to consume demon energy.
"I have to be quick."
Death Hand consumes too much demon energy, and I have to kill Scar before the reserves run out, Swain thought.
He had named this spell Death Hand. When Swain lifted his left hand in the air, a barrier appeared in front of Scar's thrown silver spear.
When the barrier and the silver spear collided, the barrier shook, but managed to suppress the power of the spear.
"How?" Scar asked in astonishment. Swain had to speak to cast spells throughout their fight, but now he had cast a spell without speaking. Swain did not answer this question and swung his left hand quickly, creating a large claw mark on Scar's chest. A-A-A-G-G-H-H-H. Scar moaned in pain. Swain's nails had cut his skin like a razor when they touched his flesh. Also, Scar felt like his power was being drained. Did I just suck his life energy? He felt that the big wound on his shoulder had healed a little when he hit Scar.
"Nice,"
Swain said and attacked Scar.
When Swain got close enough to Scar, he swung his spear trying to cut his neck.
Scar woke up from his astonishment and blocked Swain's attack with his own spear.
Having another arm doesn't change anything.
"You will die by my hands,"
Scar said angrily and kicked Swain in the stomach, pushing him away from himself. Thus, the fight between them heated up even more. Scar didn't hide his power this time and used every bit of it.
The silver spear was moving like a wind and was making a new attack every second.
Swain was barely dodging these attacks and was injuring Scar with his nails whenever he had a chance.
Swain had already dropped his spear and was fighting with his fists. His left arm healed the big wound on his shoulder quickly every time he injured Scar. Time passed quickly, and after 5 minutes, Scar was in a helpless situation.
There were deep claw marks all over his body and he was barely standing. Swain's big wound on his shoulder had stopped bleeding and had scabbed. "I'll kill you," Scar said forcibly and threw his silver spear.
Swain smiled when he saw this, and looked at the silver spear coming towards him with a relaxed expression.
Swain lifted his left hand and quickly grabbed the silver spear coming towards him, and pulled it with all his strength and snatched it from Scar's hand.
"No!"
Scar shouted.
Actually, he had barely shouted and there was no deterrence in this shout.
Swain looked at Scar with a smile on his face. "Where did your smugness go?" he said, giggling, and swung the silver spear in his hand.
The silver spear moved quickly and tore off one of Scar's arms. Egg HH. Damn it.
Scar moaned.
Swain didn't care about his pain and threw the silver spear to the ground and stood in front of Scar. Swain looked into Scar's eyes for the last time. "Power requires will," Swain said, and thrust his left arm into Scar's chest with all his strength. Swain's left arm came out of his back with Scar's heart. During this time, Scar couldn't even scream in pain.
When Swain pulled his arm out of Scar's chest, Scar's body loosened and fell to the ground lifelessly.
"Your soul is mine," Swain said, licking his lips, and swallowed Scar's soul.
Swain lifted his head with a big smile on his face and fixed his hair that came in front of his eyes with his hand.
"He fought well," he whispered.
When Swain lowered his head and looked around, he saw no living lizard men.
The houses around were swallowed by red flames.
"That's enough," he muttered. When Swain said these words, the red flames around him went out as if they had never been there. "My wound on my shoulder is almost healed. I just need a few more lizard men," Swain said, and headed for the exit of the village. When Swain did this, he saw something that would make him very happy. There were 15 stunned lizard men in front of him, looking at him and the destroyed village. "You came back just in time," Swain said with a big smile on his face.
He looked very scary when his blood and ominous left arm came into play.
The lizard men who had left the village to hunt had returned, but there were no families or friends waiting for them.
The only thing waiting for them was a demon.
12JEEALOUSY. 12JEALOUSY.
Demon arm equals death's hand.
Swain, holding the silver spear in his hand, sat on a lizard man's corpse with a bored expression.
This spear was 2 meters long and made of a very sturdy metal. This spear was also very heavy. According to Swain's estimates, it should weigh about 250 kg. The spear was covered with bloodstains.
This spear is very good,
he muttered Swain, sitting on the lizard man's corpse. It took him only a minute to kill the hunters who came to the village with his new spear and demon arm. During this time, he did not use any magic. He only used his physical strength and the silver spear he obtained by killing Scar. The spear he got from Scar was very sturdy and sharp. Swain wondered what metal the spear was made of. Swain had been fighting with one hand until now, and it was especially difficult to use the spear in this way. The spear was a long weapon, so using it with one hand was very bad both in terms of balance and fatigue. On top of all this, Swain's understanding of the spear was only basic. Swain had been using a katana since he was born, and his mastery of the katana was very good, but he could not say the same for other weapons. I need to improve my understanding of the spear, Swain thought. The best weapon he could use in this cave was the 2-meter-long silver spear he was holding in his hand.
Lizard men usually used spears, so it was very difficult to find a well-forged sword, let alone a katana.
Therefore, what Swain had to do was to quickly improve his mastery of the spear.
If I want to improve as both a demon energy and a spear mastery, I need to find strong opponents, Swain thought aloud. As soon as he said these, his arm formed of demon energy trembled a little and then slowly disappeared.
The demon arm consumed a high amount of energy while it was active. Swain could form his demon arm with his current state, but he did not have enough demon energy to use magic with this arm.
Actually, Swain could do a magic with his demon arm, but right after that, his demon arm would disappear due to insufficient demon energy. I was so caught up in the massacre that I forgot to question the hunters,
Swain said. He had an embarrassed smile on his face. Swain did not know the reason, but when he was fighting, all his emotions except one disappeared as if the shutdown button was pressed. The only emotion that did not disappear was excitement. This emotion did not turn off, and it increased incredibly during the fight. Swain was able to focus more on the fight and his reflexes were better, but this had a downside. When he was focused on the fight, he did not think of anything other than the fight, and if he was going to stop fighting, there had to be an external stimulus.
This may be a problem in the future, but does not pose any problem for now,
Swain said, and dropped the silver spear in his hand and rubbed his eyes. The skin around his eyes looked dry, as if it had burned and its color had turned purple. Upon this, the purple glow in his eyes completely disappeared and his eyes were transparent. It was as if he had no pupils.
Apparently, I pushed myself too hard in this fight.
Swain's vision quickly decreased and finally disappeared completely. Swain suddenly found himself in endless darkness. Damn it,
Swain whispered.
In the past, he had learned that his vision would decrease when he used a large part of the energy in his eyes, but his vision had disappeared completely for the first time. Swain was a little surprised when he saw this, but then he pulled himself together.
After all, this was a predictable thing.
During the fight, he used his eyes at their full potential, and this put an incredible burden on him. I have to find a place to protect myself. He did not know exactly when the energy in his eyes would be replenished, so he had to find a shelter to protect himself during this time. After all, he was a big and easy target when he could not see.
Of course, finding a shelter was not as easy as it was said, especially when he could not see.
Swain found the silver spear he had dropped on the ground after a few tries and took it and started walking in one direction. He continued to walk by using his long spear to see if there was a wall in front of him. About 2 hours later, faint purple glows appeared in the depths of Swain's pupils, and this way Swain regained some of his vision. His vision range was only half a meter, and he could barely see the inside of the darkness around him, but this was much better than not seeing. Swain continued to walk cautiously, and it took him an hour to finally find a shelter. This shelter was actually a crack in the wall of the cave. The entrance of this crack was wide enough for Swain to barely fit in, and there was a square with a radius of 10 meters in its depths. Swain said nice. When he found this place and sat in a corner of the square and leaned his back against the wall.
During this time, his vision improved a little more, and he could now see up to 10 meters.
Swain felt his eyelids start to close when he leaned his back against the wall. "I think I need to rest a bit," Swain said and closed his eyes.
He was very tired both physically and mentally today, and he had to rest.
His body, although much stronger than normal humans, had a limit for Swain.
Swain fell into a deep sleep just a minute after closing his eyes.
Swain could not believe what he saw when he opened his eyes. "Apparently, I'm dreaming again,"
Swain said with annoyance.
The reason he was so surprised by the scene he saw was that he was in Asgard now.
He was standing on Asgard's rainbow bridge and looking at the big palace in front of him. Actually, the reason he realized that this was a dream so quickly was the atmosphere of Asgard.
Normally, Asgard's atmosphere is very cheerful and golden buildings spread brightness around. But it was not like that now. The Asgard Swain looked at did not look like the Asgard he was born in. Asgard's atmosphere was very ominous and quiet. In the sky, where the sun should be, there was a big moon. This moon was shining and making Asgard a little bright.
But this brightness did not look like the brightness created by the sun. This brightness looked much more ominous.
Asgard's buildings were made of a stone that was a mixture of black and green, and they looked very scary when combined with the atmosphere.
What is this feeling?
Swain narrowed his eyes and looked at the big castle in the center of Asgard. He did not know why, but he felt something pulling him inside the castle.
Swain hesitated for a few seconds and then said, "After all, I'm in a dream, I can't die,"
and moved towards the big castle.
The structure of this place was exactly the same as the Asgard Swain knew, so Swain approached the castle without any trouble.
There was no one around. The streets of Asgard, which should be crowded and cheerful, were empty, and there was a smell of death in the air that bothered Swain.
This smell was so intense that it caused black smoke to fly in the air.
Swain tried to ignore this smell and smoke, and increased his speed, and finally reached the entrance of the big castle. He entered the big entrance door of the castle without hesitation and passed through the very quiet corridors and finally reached the throne room.
Swain was so shocked when he reached the throne room that his eyes almost popped out of their sockets.
There was a figure sitting on the throne in front of him. This figure was holding a long spear in his left hand and had a black king's crown on his head. The figure's facial features or body details were not clear, but Swain understood who this figure was at a glance.
"Odin," he said with a hoarse voice, "Swain."
It was understood from his voice that he had grown a great anger inside when he saw this figure. Swain, although he was angry, did not move from his place. The reason for this was that there was not only Odin's figure in this throne room. There was another dark figure on Odin's right side. From the shape of this dark figure's body, it was understood that she was a mature woman.
"Mother," said Swain.
Just like in Odin, he understood at a glance that this figure belonged to Frigga. Swain looked at his mother with longing, at least to his mother's dark figure. Before the longing in Swain passed, some changes occurred in the throne room. A figure appeared in front of Odin's magnificent throne, and many black figures appeared on Odin's left and right sides. It was easily understood that the dark figures lined up on both sides of Odin were soldiers. Swain understood this at a glance, but he did not understand who the dark figure standing in front of Odin was. It was understood from the shape of this dark figure's body that she was a young girl, but Swain could never remember her identity, no matter how much he thought.
"At least she is not someone I know,"
said Swain. He knew many people in Asgard and believed that his memory was good, so he did not easily forget anyone. Asterisk 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 asterisk, my daughter, you are worthy of the legendary weapon asterisk 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 asterisk. You will take over the Asgard armies and command them, Odin said with a determined tone of voice.
Odin's words thundered in the dark throne room, and no one could object to these words.
Did my ears not hear, or did it seem to me? He asked himself. Swain. He had a puzzled expression on his face. He did not know why, but it seemed like his ears stopped hearing at some places in Odin's sentence. Yes, father, said the dark figure and knelt down. Swain was even more shocked when he heard these words.
What is this in this dream? Asterisk, he said in shock and astonishment. Odin got up from his throne and opened his hand to the right.
An object flew quickly into Odin's hand. Swain looked at the hammer in Odin's right hand in shock.
This hammer looked very powerful, and it was lighting up the throne room a little by scattering blue lightning around it.
Odin walked down the stairs slowly and majestically and came to the dark figure and handed him the hammer in his hand.
The dark figure took the hammer from Odin's hand with a big smile on his face.
When he did this, the scene in front of Swain changed completely. Swain was now in Asgard Square. He did not know why, but there was a big celebration here. There was a dining table where Odin, Frigga, and the dark figure sat in the middle of the square.
There were wine bottles in the hands of the Asgardians at this dining table and around, and there were some people playing music around.
As the Asgardians danced and drank wine, Odin got up from the table and shouted with all his might.
I'm sure everyone knows, but the purpose of this celebration is my daughter's great success in war,
Odin said.
It was clear from his tone of voice and the cheerful smile on his face how happy he was right now.
Swain could not help but laugh and giggle when he saw Odin like this. He had lived in Asgard for years and had never seen Odin smile once. My daughter killed many soldiers by herself and brought a great victory to the Asgard army,
Odin shouted happily.
When Odin's words were over, the crowd started dancing and having fun again, and the musicians started playing music. It was clearly seen that the Asgard people and Swain's family looked very happy. Odin's face was a little red because he drank so much wine.
Actually, Swain did not see Odin's face.
He only saw that the dark figure's face was a little red.
There was a big smile on the face of the dark figure and the person who was the reason for this celebration, just like Odin's. This was understandable, after all. He had won a great victory, and there was a big celebration for him.
At the same time, from Odin's speech, it was understood that this dark figure was his daughter and Swain's sister.
The last person left at the table was Frigga.
Frigga looked at her daughter with a warm smile on her face.
Her smile was not as big and cheerful as Odin's. Instead, Frigga's smile was small, but it was understood that there was an incredible amount of happiness and pride in this smile.
When Swain saw this scene, the smile on his face dropped and he frowned.
He did not know why, but when he looked at this scene, his anger grew even more. Especially when he looked at the proud smile on Frigga's face. Swain did not understand why this was.
He was in a dream right now, and it was not normal for him to be so emotional.
When he looked at Odin's daughter, his feeling increased even more. What is this feeling? Swain whispered.
This feeling, whatever it was, increased as he continued to watch the scene.
Why?
This voice seemed to answer Swain's question. This voice echoed throughout Asgard and shook Swain's soul.
Swain could not understand what was happening and who the voice belonged to before the voice spoke again. How interesting a feeling!
When these words were over, the celebration in front of Swain froze as if time had stopped. Swain could not get over his shock before all the dark figures in front of him turned to dust, as if the sands of time had touched them and flew away with the wind.
Only 2 seconds later, only Swain was left in the big square.
Swain could not believe what he saw and heard. He knew this was a dream, but he could not help but panic.
I have to calm down. This is a normal dream,
Swain said and tried to calm himself down, but he was not very successful.
When he recovered enough, he lifted his head to look at the dark sky to understand who the voice belonged to. When he looked at the sky, he clearly saw who these words belonged to.
This being was incredibly large and had a dark figure. The bean's big purple eyes were looking carefully at Swain. This bean's black figure was merged with a dark space and looked very beautiful. But there was also a great amount of majesty in this beauty. This dark bean was spreading an ominous aura around it. In fact, the black atmosphere that covered Asgard was nothing but this bean's aura. Swain was not seeing this dark bean for the first time. This bean was the same as the one he saw in his previous dream. In his previous dream, when he made eye contact with this bean, he woke up directly, but now for some reason he did not wake up even though he made eye contact with this bean. This is definitely not a normal dream.
Swain shouted and tried to wake up by slapping himself, but no matter how hard he tried, he never woke up.
Jericho Swain, when the time comes, you'll understand what all this is related to, said the dark bean. These words were the last words Swain heard.
Swain opened his eyes and quickly got up from where he was sitting. After seeing the dream, he just saw his body was sweating incredibly, just like the previous one.
May our great fathers help me, Swain said and put his hand on his heart and tried to calm down.
13 fighting hollows. 13 fighting hollows. It has been exactly 10 years since Swain had that terrible nightmare.
Swain, during this time, tried to get stronger and stronger. Of course, he had to kill someone to get stronger.
His first and ultimate goal was the lizard men. He slaughtered every lizard man village he found around and quickly moved away from that area.
The reason for this was his fight with Scar. As far as he understood, every village paid taxes to the Empire at certain intervals. This tax was not any currency. Instead, the Empire took water from the villages.
In this incredibly large cave, water resources were very limited, and the Empire could not monopolize them all.
Because of this, instead of trying to monopolize the water resources, they made agreements with the villages and took some water from them every week. The amount of water the Empire took every week varied according to the population of the villages. The Empire provided protection to the villages in exchange for water, but they were not successful in this, at least after Swain appeared. Swain, since he came to this world, destroyed countless villages and killed lizard men. The Empire reacted to this in a short time and assigned elite guards to the villages.
In addition, there was a group of powerful lizard men who followed Swain's trail and tried to kill him.
First of all, let's talk about the elite guards assigned to the villages. These guards, they all had their own special names, and their powers were on the same level as Scar, and some of them were even stronger than Scar.
Of course, this was not a problem for Swain.
After all, he had mastered the Death Hand spell and his demon energy reserves had grown a lot. Based on demon energy, he was now equal to a second-level divine being. Although his energy level was the same as a second-level divine being, Swain's power and destructiveness were far above a second-level being. The real problem here was the lizard man group behind him. The group, although only 10 people, was a big threat to Swain. Swain had to engage in a clash with this group once, and he barely managed to escape from this clash with heavy wounds. All members of the group drew power from the dark dimension, strengthened their weapons, and increased their physical strength. The power of each member of the group was equal to a third-level divine being. In fact, in a one-on-one fight, Swain could easily kill the members of the group, but the group was very coordinated and experienced. They never left their friends alone and entered the clashes with an incredible harmony. That's why Swain stopped trying to kill them and tried to avoid them as much as possible. Swain, because of the group chasing him, rarely raided the villages, which greatly reduced the speed of his demon energy rising. If I want to get stronger quickly, I have to hunt hollows, Swain said with a thoughtful expression on his face.
Right now he was sitting on a rock in a dark corner.
In his hand, he had a silver spear that was 2 meters long. Ever since he came to this world, he had avoided hollows. The reason was that hollows were a dangerous and unknown threat. The hollow threat had not emerged for 50 years, and this meant that the knowledge about them was quite insufficient.
That's why Swain, instead of going to the depths of the cave, had chosen to go along the edges, but today he would change that. Swain's goal was to get stronger quickly, and right now, killing hollows was less risky than killing lizard men.
On top of that, hollows were richer in terms of soul. Thus, Swain got up from the rock he was sitting on and started to descend into the depths of the cave. All his attention was on his surroundings against a possible danger. It didn't take long for Swain to find a hollow. In fact, the hollow had found Swain. As Swain walked in the cave, a hollow that looked like a bat flew and attacked Swain. Swain reacted at the last moment and raised his silver spear, blocking the hollow's razor-like claws. Ding!
The claw and the silver spear collided in the air. Sparks and a disturbing sound came out. Burn! Swain pulled his spear and put some distance between him and the hollow, whispering this word.
As soon as this word left Swain's mouth, the hollow was surrounded by red flames and started to burn.
Roar!
The bat roared in pain and, ignoring the red flames on it, rushed toward Swain.
You're coming to your death.
Swain saw the hollow flying towards him and jumped and lifted his spear in the air, swinging it with all his strength.
The spear hit the hollow's shoulder and without any difficulty created a large gash. R-O-A-R-R.
The hollow roared in pain and fell to the ground.
Swain landed on the ground with a big smile on his face and took a deep breath.
That was pretty easy, Swain said.
At first, he thought that this fight would challenge him a bit, but apparently he was worrying too much. I have to be quick and suck his soul,
Swain said and turned around to see the hollow's corpse. But when he turned around, he couldn't help but frown. There was nothing where the hollow's corpse should have been.
Roar!
Swain was just thinking about how the hollow's corpse disappeared when he heard a roar over him, and the next moment he felt a pain and pressure on his shoulders. The hollow dug its claws into Swain's shoulders and pushed him down hard, hitting the ground. The ground cracked with Swain's impact and Swain's face had minor wounds.
Damn bat!
Swain hissed and was about to cast a spell when he heard another roar.
Roar!
This roar had a more disturbing tone.
The hollow on top of Swain, before he could react, was hit by another hollow from the side and flew away. When the weight on him disappeared, Swain quickly got up and jumped to the side, trying to stay away from the fight between the two hollows.
When Swain got far enough, he carefully looked at the new hollow. This hollow had 8 legs and was black in color. It was almost 6 meters tall and looked like a spider. The only feature that distinguished it from spiders was the long and pointed tail where its abdomen should have been. This tail was like a scorpion's, and as far as Swain could see, the hollow could use this tail to shoot poisonous energy. The bat-shaped hollow had already been hit on its wing, and its entire wing had been eroded by the green energy and became unusable.
On top of that, adding the big wound it had taken while fighting Swain, it was in a pitiful state right now.
The spider-shaped hollow had a great advantage, and the winner of this fight was almost certain to be it. First, I'll get rid of the spider. I'll deal with the weak one later. Swain clenched his spear and approached the spider-shaped hollow from behind, moving as quietly as possible, but his actions were stopped by someone else.
Swain, before he could understand what was going on, another hollow sprang from the shadows and bit his right arm.
The hollow that bit Swain's right arm was black in color and looked like a saber-toothed tiger. The only difference between them was that this hollow had 6 legs and was definitely much stronger than the saber-toothed tiger. ARRRGG. Damn it.
Swain groaned.
The hollow did not let go of Swain's arm and swung its head quickly, hitting Swain from the ground to the ground. Swain, after so many blows, dropped his silver spear and looked at the hollow that bit his arm with an angry expression. This hollow was not as big as the others. It was about 2 meters tall, presumably.
Congratulations, you managed to anger me,
Swain said with an angry tone and activated the demon energy inside him. In just a second, Swain had a new left arm.
This arm looked very strong and spread an ominous air around it.
Swain had worked on his spells for 10 years and improved them.
Thanks to this, he could use the death hand in just a second.
Do you want to bite this too? Swain said with an angry tone and swung his left arm, punching the hollow's mask on its face.
The punch carried all of Swain's power, and thanks to the demon energy around it, it was very powerful.
The punch hit the hollow's face and cracked its mask from end to end.
RRRR. R, 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 R.
The tiger-like hollow let out a roar of anger and pain.
Swain took advantage of this roar and pulled his right arm out of the hollow's mouth, throwing another punch.
Around the death hand, demon energy gathered and caused the air to glow ominously.
The death hand touched the hollow's jaw as soon as it exploded with a demon energy, and the hollow's lower jaw, along with half of its mask, disappeared.
The tiger-shaped hollow, before it fell to the ground, Swain sucked its soul. When the hollow's soul was sucked, its body turned to dust and flew away with the wind. No life energy? Swain said in a surprised way. Normally when he sucked a soul, he automatically sucked its life energy as well, but when he sucked this hollow's soul, no life energy entered him.
Roar. Swain's thoughts were interrupted by a roar of pain.
I'll think about this later. First I'll deal with these,
he said and turned around, looking at the fight between the two hollows. The bat-like hollow was already on its deathbed and lay on the ground with severe injuries.
The spider-shaped hollow had lost one of its legs, but had no other wounds. Swain was not surprised when he saw this scene, he was expecting it. He raised his left arm and pointed his hand at the spider-shaped hollow. Around his arm, demon energy began to accumulate, and just as the spider-shaped hollow was about to turn around, a red energy beam came out of Swain's hand and made a fist-sized hole in the hollow's neck and mask. The spider-shaped hollow collapsed and lay next to the other hollow. Swain pointed his left hand at them, made a fist, and pulled it towards him.
Around the bat-like hollow and the spider-like hollow, an ominous-looking red energy formed and held them, pulling them towards Swain.
Swain looked at the two hollow corpses in front of him and touched them, sucking both of their souls. It seems that my guesses were right. Hollows are dead beings, so they have no life energy, Swain said and turned around, heading towards the lizardman villages. His right arm looked like a doe and was badly injured. If he wanted to heal quickly, he had to kill a few lizardmen.
I gained experience,
Swain said before disappearing into the shadows.
A note from Pupp.
Don't forget to leave a comment. 14 Punisher. 14 Punisher. In a dark cave in a corner, there were about 10 lizardmen's corpses.
These corpses were spreading a lot of blood smell around.
The corpses were dry, as if their blood and soul had been sucked.
From the wounds on them and the large pools of blood on the ground, it was clear that only 10 minutes had passed since these lizardmen had died.
Under normal circumstances, such a dense amount of blood smell would attract the carnivorous insects that lived in the depths of the cave, but the ominous aura in the air prevented the insects from approaching this area.
As if there was a very terrifying creature in this area, the insects did not even come close to this area, let alone enter it.
What was your name? A voice was heard in the dark cave. The voice was very arrogant, and the owner of this voice was clearly mocking the one in front of him.
Claw, answered a voice. From his voice, it was clear that he was in a very difficult situation. Well, Claw, I must say that you and your team did a very good job. Maybe 2 years ago, if you had caught me, you could have killed me, said Swain.
Right now, a lizard man twice his size was kneeling in front of Swain and looking down at the ground with his head bowed. There were disgusting-looking claw wounds all over the lizard man's body. The claw wounds on his body were very small and presumably made by a human. None of the claw wounds hit vital organs.
This was clearly torture.
Claw had used all his strength while fighting Swain, but everything was futile. The monster in front of him reacted as if he could see his attacks beforehand and counterattacked. In the second minute of their fight, Claw's body was filled with claw wounds. He's playing with me like a hunter playing with his prey. Swain never hit Claw's vital organs. He only hit insignificant places and cut almost every inch of his skin.
Right now, Claw was about to faint from blood loss and could barely speak. This was a suicide mission, said Claw forcibly. When Swain heard these words, the smile on his face grew even more.
You realize that too late. You are nothing but a pawn for the Empire.
The Empire sent you to test my power,
said Swain. Claw was going to die soon, so he did not hesitate to talk to him. No, We were definitely not pawns. Even if the Empire did not know your power, they would not send us to find out. We are the strongest team in the Empire. The power of each member of the team is the same as a royal guard, said Claw, and lifted his head and looked at the corpses around him.
There were many emotions hidden in his eyes: pity, fear, anger. He felt sorry for his teammates.
In their first encounter with Swain, they had severely wounded him and let him escape. His teammates and Claw did not think much of it. After all, their target was weak and catching him would be very easy.
But when they met their target again, they died without even realizing that their roles had changed.
Now Swain was the hunter and they were the prey waiting to die. Actually, it was quite illogical for Claw to feel sorry for his teammates. Even if Swain did not kill him right now, Claw knew that he would definitely die today. Even if Swain left him, he would die from blood loss. It was not hard to guess the source of the fear in Claw's eyes. The reason for this fear was of course Swain. As soon as the war started, Swain had killed his entire team in seconds, and Claw would never forget this scene. This scene would go to hell with Claw. The target of the anger in his eyes was himself.
He was greedy and accepted this mission as a result. His teammates died, and he would die soon. Of course, there was no point in thinking about these things anymore. And now they all died without even dealing a single damage to their opponent,
said Claw and sighed with defeat as he looked at Swain. Swain's upper body was completely naked. His limbs did not look very muscular, but they carried a lot of power. All the scars on his body were visible, especially the large ones on his shoulder, chest, and back. How is he still alive after taking such heavy wounds? Claw asked himself this question. One of Claw's teammates had made the big wound on Swain's chest in their previous encounters. This wound alone would be enough to kill someone, but Swain had 2 more wounds, bigger than this one on his body.
Especially when he saw the scar on Swain's shoulder. Claw could not believe what he saw. This scar was so big that Swain looked like he had been split in half. Monster, Claw whispered and lowered his head again. Monster. Ha ha ha, this is quite new. People usually call me a demon.
Swain said these words with a small laugh.
When Swain heard these words, Claw whispered, "They are absolutely right." Swain clearly heard these words, and the big smile on his face shrunk a little and turned into a small smile.
Enough talking. Swain reached out his right hand and grabbed Claw by the neck.
Sorry to bother you, but you have to lift your head,
Swain said and forcibly lifted Claw's head. When Claw lifted his head, he met Swain's eyes.
The frown on Claw's face slowly softened and disappeared.
Swain's purple eyes were the brightest thing he had ever seen in his life. It was as if the infinite space itself was in the depths of Swain's eyes.
The bright stars in this space were spinning in a great coordination and causing Claw's brain to numb.
Claw was lost in this sight. He did not know that all the secrets he hid from Swain were revealed. He was just looking at the infinite space with admiration. He was enchanted by the beauty and harmony of this space.
So beautiful. While Claw was impressed by the appearance of the infinite space, he felt a pulling force, and when he blinked his eyes, there was no infinite space in front of him.
There was Swain looking at him with shining purple eyes.
See you?
When Claw heard these words, he felt his blood drain and the power in his body quickly fade. Then his consciousness was lost in the endless darkness. Swain left the area without wasting any time after sucking Claw's soul. He had learned many new things from Claw's words and secrets. First of all, Swain could easily destroy a lizard-man kingdom with his current power. In fact, he had already done that. He just did not know that the big city he destroyed was a kingdom. He was so immersed in the massacre he created while destroying the kingdom that he did not leave anyone alive to question.
It was a miracle that he could stop himself before killing Claw.
3 kingdoms and an empire that are very close to each other. I destroyed 1 kingdom, which means there are 3 big cities left that I will destroy, Swain said as he walked in the dark cave. He had been in this cave for a long time and could now find his way easily. I have to destroy them all and find Dormammu's avatar without wasting time. I don't know how much time I have left," Swain added with a serious expression on his face.
The lizard man cities were surprisingly large and well-positioned.
Most of the houses were made by digging inside the walls, and there was a large wall surrounding the city.
This wall almost reached the ceiling of the cave. There were many lizard men using arrows on the wall.
Most of the lizard men in the big city were happy and spending time with their families. But the guards and soldiers on duty were not that cheerful. The reason was that they had received news that a city had been destroyed 2 days ago. The person who destroyed the big city was an Asgardian nicknamed Bloodsucker. This Asgardian brought death wherever he went and left no one behind. At least in the villages. The populations of the kingdoms reached 50,000, so there were normally lizard men who escaped from the massacre. The lizard men who survived the massacre went to the nearest kingdom in a hurry and told what had happened. The most sad thing was that the lizard men who escaped from that massacre were killed by the king of this city. The king decided not to announce this news to avoid alarming the civilians, so he had to kill the lizard men who escaped from the massacre.
The reason was very simple. The lizard men who escaped from the massacre were in a great shock and fear, so it was very normal for them to slip something out of their mouths.
Actually, the king could imprison them or keep them in a safe house until their shock passed, but that would be very troublesome.
Why bother with them when he could kill them and get rid of them cleanly?
That's how low and hypocritical the lizard men were. They would protect their own kind as if they cared very much when the time came, and they would kill their own kind as if they were a piece of trash when the time came. But there was a truth called karma. A person would be punished if he did too many bad things. At least Swain believed that, and he was sure of one thing. The person who had to punish the lizard men was no one but himself. Swain was a ruthless demon who brought justice in this cave, and the lizard men were criminals waiting to be punished. The lizard men and the king living in the big city did not know that the bloodsucker would punish them before the support troops they requested from the empire arrived.
15 goblin? 15 goblin?
Red flames were seen everywhere in the lizard man city, and screams of pain were heard from where the central building was. None of the lizard men understood what was happening. 2 minutes ago, they were all happily living their lives. The thing that dragged them into despair and caused them to run around in panic was the red flames. These flames appeared out of nowhere and spread quickly, covering the entire city. The most surprising thing was that none of the buildings in the city were made of flammable materials.
All the buildings in the city were either made of stone or carved out of stone, so they couldn't burn.
There were some flammable materials in some small buildings, but they were insignificant.
After all, they were small in size and couldn't cause such a big fire. Lord of the Dark Dimension, please protect us.
A lizard man prayed to his god when he saw his house in red flames.
I'm sorry, but no one can protect you. The lizard man felt a pain in his chest before he could find out who these words belonged to. He slowly lowered his head towards his chest while blood dripped from his mouth.
When the lizard man lowered his head and saw what caused the pain in his chest, he felt an incredible pain and his vision darkened in just a second.
Swain sucked the lizard man's soul and pulled his demon arm out of his back and threw the lizard man's corpse to the ground.
Normal lizard men's souls no longer strengthen my demon energy.
If I want to improve, I have to kill lizard men who draw power from the dark dimension.
Swain's demon energy grew and strengthened, making it much harder for him to improve. Now, normal lizard men's souls increased his demon energy by a very small amount. The biggest contribution to Swain's demon energy improvement was the quality of the soul rather than the number of souls. The soul quality of the lizard men was utterly disgraceful. Lizard men who drew power from the dark dimension had a piece of Dormammu in their souls, so they were one step ahead of normal lizard men in terms of soul quality. Lizard men who drew power from the dark dimension didn't know about this piece in their souls. This piece was placed by Dormammu himself, and according to Swain's guess, this piece was in all beings who drew power from the dark dimension. Swain examined this piece a little and gained some understanding of it.
Actually, the task of this piece was very simple.
This piece worked just like Swain's demon energy. Its only task was to sacrifice the soul and body of the being it carried to Dormammu. In short, Dormammu could activate these pieces whenever he wanted and have a nice and satisfying feast and strengthen himself. Swain was undecided at first whether to assimilate it or not, but when his demon energy felt this piece, it acted as if it had been starving for years and assimilated it. Thus, Swain realized that this piece posed no threat to him.
In fact, this piece improved his demon energy faster. Actually, this was understandable. After all, this piece was a part of the soul of a real god who had his own dimension.
This was one of the things Swain learned in the 65 years he spent in this cave. Swain was busy destroying another kingdom right now. He didn't need any tactics or preparation. Swain used the Death Hand spell and headed towards the center of the city without hesitation. As he did this, he killed every lizard man he encountered. Swain's demon energy reserves filled up quickly as he killed lizard men. Thus, the amount of demon energy consumed by the Death Hand spell per second was replenished by the lizard man's souls.
Swain threw a dried lizard man corpse to the side and looked around with a smile on his face.
He was surrounded by thousands of lizard men and had nowhere to escape.
"Asgardian, you dared to attack one of the great lizard man kingdoms," a lizard man shouted.
"If you don't want to die in pain, surrender so that. You talk too much."
The lizard man couldn't finish his sentence before Swain interrupted his speech and pointed his left hand at him. At the same time, a red energy beam the size of a fist shot out of his left hand and killed dozens of lizard men, including the one who was screaming.
Swain didn't stop this energy beam and started to slaughter the large lizard man army that surrounded him as he spun around. The red energy beam killed or severely wounded every lizard man it touched. The bodies of the dead lizard men dried up and their souls were sucked by Swain. Swain had to stop the energy beam when he felt a great pain in his left arm.
He looked at his left arm and said, "I still haven't mastered this spell completely."
The lizard men who saw Swain stop his attack looked at him with a shocked expression on their faces. None of them could attack Swain, let alone recover from the shock of the previous attack. "It seems I have to engage in a close combat,"
Swain said with a big smile on his face.
This smile made Swain look like a madman. "I will lose myself soon. So I apologize in advance for what I will do to you,"
Swain said with a chuckle.
None of the lizard men said anything when they heard these words. Swain sighed when he saw that the lizard men didn't speak and attacked the lizard man closest to him.
Swain's sudden attack snapped the surviving lizard men out of their shock.
So the lizard men attacked Swain? Then a close and very bloody fight started between the lizard men and Swain. During the fight, Swain laughed like a madman and killed or severely wounded a lizard man with every swing of his left hand with the claw.
The lizard men had a huge numerical advantage.
So they hit Swain with many deadly blows during their fight. But Swain healed these wounds in just seconds. Swain's demon energy was almost limitless when he had so many followers and easily killable enemies around him. With his incredible regeneration added to this, there was nothing the lizard men could do against Swain. 4 hours had passed since Swain attacked this city, and he continued to attack Swain as if their numbers meant nothing, even though he had killed hundreds of lizard men. Swain was not complaining about this situation at all. He enjoyed this massacre immensely and shouted like a madman every time he killed a lizard man.
"Nice.
Keep going. Your soul is mine now." Swain's smile was so wide that it covered almost half of his face.
The fear in the lizard men who saw this smile grew even more.
As Swain slaughtered the lizard men, a purple energy beam quickly approached him from afar. This purple beam didn't choose a target. It killed dozens of lizard men before it reached Swain. The purple beam was about to hit Swain when Swain raised his left hand towards the purple beam. At the same time, a barrier with a radius of 1 meter formed in front of Swain. The color of this barrier was red, and there were red electric arcs on it. When the purple beam and the barrier collided, they pushed each other's powers to the limit for a second. Then there was a big explosion. Boom! The explosion was very close to Swain.
So Swain flew back about 5 meters with the force of the explosion and then fell to the ground and slid.
You finally showed yourself. Swain shouted and stopped himself by sticking his left hand into the ground.
I must say, I didn't know you were so arrogant and confident. This voice was coming from the depths of the lizard man crowd. Swain didn't answer when he heard these words and waited for the owner of the voice to appear. The lizard man crowd parted as if to make way for someone and left a large gap in the middle.
Swain frowned when he saw this.
The lizard men must have opened up so much because my opponent is very big,
Swain thought. He actually wanted this to happen because it was very easy to hit and injure a big target.
About 5 seconds later, a figure emerged from the lizard man crowd. This was not surprisingly a lizard man.
His skin was purple and he had black tattoos on it. These tattoos were shining and writhing as if they were alive.
The lizard man's eyes were the darkest shade of black and he had no pupils.
There was only darkness in the lizard man's eyes. The lizard man looked at Swain with an arrogant and angry expression on his face. The lizard man had a staff that was twice as long as his height in his hand.
Swain didn't have a frown or a thoughtful expression on his face when he saw this lizard man. Instead, he had a surprised and disappointed expression on his face.
The reason for this was the lizard man's height.
This lizard man was 130 centimeters tall and looked like a goblin.
Asgard, a society of people who think they are gods.
They think they are very powerful, but they can't do anything against the real power, the lizard man said with anger.
Swain didn't react when he heard these words. He still looked at the lizard man with the same expression.
I will kill you and make Asgard understand the power of the lizard man, the lizard man added.
Swain said what he wanted to say since he saw this lizard man when he heard these words. Your words are very ambitious, but...
Swain said and paused. I don't know if you realize it, but you look like a shitty goblin. A note from Pupp.
With this chapter, I will finish the lizard man arc.
16 secrets. 16 secrets.
The stars, intertwined with incredible beauty, make the endless space a bright and magnificent place. The position of the stars is so orderly that someone looking from afar can liken the position of the stars to a large tree. The stars travel everywhere in the 9 realms and wander in great coordination. A bright star travels through the 9 realms in a row in the endless space that resembles a tree. The first realm that the star encounters is Midgard. Midgard is the home of mankind and a realm with infinite potential. But no matter how much time passes, Midgard has never shown its full potential.
Midgard is a realm full of natural beauty, rich culture, and various races.
Midgard is also a realm under the protection of Asgard. The star takes a tour around Midgard and then continues on its way and encounters another realm.
The second realm that the star encounters is Jotunheim or Jotunheim as it is known.
Jotunheim is also known as the realm of the frost giants.
But the fact that its name is this does not mean that only frost giants live in this realm.
There was once another giant race living in this realm along with the frost giants. This giant race was also known as the rock giants. The 2 giant races lived in peace for a long time and then fought a great war for certain reasons, and as a result, all the rock giants were killed. Thus, Jotunheim became the home of the frost giants by being covered in ice. The frost giants showed incredible ambition and cruelty and tried to conquer the worlds around them, but Asgard prevented them. After a great war, both sides suffered tremendous losses. Thus, an agreement was made.
According to the agreement, the frost giants would never leave their realm again.
The star takes a tour around Jotunheim and then continues on its way. As the star continues on its way, the already dark endless space becomes even darker. It was understood from this darkness that the star had entered the borders of another realm. This realm was called Svartalfheim. Svartalfheim was older than all other realms. This realm was in the endless darkness, and there was no light around it. Dark elves lived in this realm. This race existed before the universe and lived in the endless darkness before the universe was created. The aim of the dark elves was to drag the whole universe back into the endless darkness. They had fought a war with Asgard in time and suffered a great loss. Thus, the dark elves did not leave Svartalfheim for a long time. The star did not stay in this realm for a long time and continued its journey. Shortly after it reached its next destination, this realm looked quite normal and had no abnormalities.
The name of this realm was Alfheim.
Alfheim was the realm of the Light Elves. This race was the most beautiful and graceful creatures of the universe. The Light Elves were a race that lived in harmony with nature and were fond of art. Alfheim was a realm full of colorful flowers, bright lights, and magnificent architecture. The Light Elves had friendly relations with Asgard. Asgard used Bifrost to protect Alfheim from other enemy realms. The star takes a tour around Alfheim and then continues on its way. As the star continued its journey, another realm came across.
The name of this realm was Nidavellir.
Nidavellir was the realm of the dwarves. This race was the most intelligent and skillful creatures of the universe. The dwarves were masters of smithing and mining. Nidavellir was a realm full of volcanoes, caves, and metalwork. The dwarves were in cooperation with Asgard. Asgard got valuable items such as weapons, armor, and jewelry from Nidavellir. The dwarves were a realm under the protection of Asgard. The star took a tour around Nidavellir and then continued on its way. As the star continued its journey, another realm came across.
The name of this realm was Vanaheim.
Vanaheim was the realm of the Vanir gods. This race was the oldest and wisest creatures of the universe. The Vanir gods were experts in nature, fertility, and magic. Vanaheim was a realm full of green forests, clear rivers, and golden palaces. The Vanir gods were at peace with Asgard. Asgard had fought a war with Vanaheim once, but eventually reached an agreement. Asgard used Bifrost to protect Vanaheim from other enemy realms. The star took a tour around Vanaheim and then continued on its way. As the star continued its journey, another realm came across. The name of this realm was Muspelheim. Muspelheim was the realm of the fire giants. This race was the hottest and most destructive creatures of the universe. The fire giants were masters of flame, ash, and lava. Muspelheim was a realm full of volcanoes, deserts, and firestorms. The fire giants were in enmity with Asgard. Asgard did not use Bifrost to isolate Muspelheim from other realms. The fire giants were planning to destroy Asgard one day. The star took a tour around this realm and then continued its journey. The next realm of the star was Hell, which had a very ominous atmosphere. This realm was a very insignificant realm.
In this realm, the dead lived and could never leave this realm.
The star took a tour around this realm and then disappeared as if it had never existed. There was actually one more realm, but the star could not travel it.
Asgard.
The depths of the palace?
The room where Yggdrasil is located. Odin was looking at the tree in front of him with a sparkle in the depths of his eyes. The size of this tree extended to the top of the palace, and the trunk of the tree seemed to contain the endless space. Stars were wandering on the trunk of the tree, and the situation of each realm was visible on its branches. Odin had just used this tree to travel a star in space and looked at the situations of the other realms.
There is no movement.
Odin whispered.
He was doing this almost every day, and most of the time there was no movement in the other realms. Odin continued to look at the tree even though his work was over. Sparkles resembling stars appeared in the depths of his eyes, and Odin did not take his eyes off the tree as if he was immersed in something. What does the tree show you, Odin?
Frigga entered the room and asked him this question when she saw Odin looking at Yggdrasil in a daze. Odin woke up from his daze when he heard Frigga's voice.
The sparkles resembling stars in the depths of Odin's eyes disappeared.
The cycle is still going on. Odin said, turning to Frigga. Frigga looked at Odin with disappointment and sadness when she heard these words.
When will this end, Odin? Our son has already suffered enough. Frigga said, her words showing great sadness.
I don't know.
Odin whispered surprisingly with a bit of sorrow in his eyes. But you know that the only one who can stop this cycle is Swain. This is his fate.
Odin said and paused. Fate is not kind to everyone. You always said that.
He added,
Yes, but this is too much.
If this continues, our son may die. Frigga's words had great sorrow.
Odin sighed deeply when he saw Frigga so sad and lowered his head.
He did not know how many times they had this argument. It had been 200 years since he exiled Swain to the hollow cave, and they were having this argument almost once a week. Actually, Odin was sure that Swain would survive when he exiled him to the hollow cave. Odin had seen the limitless potential in Swain since he was born. Normally, Odin had to guide Swain and make him the heir to the throne, but Odin had different plans. Swain could be a salvation for them. He could do what Odin couldn't.
Frigga sighed in defeat when she saw Odin not talking and lost in thoughts, and walked towards the exit of the room.
She paused just before leaving the room. "You are hiding something from all of Asgard, Odin."
"I don't know why you are doing this, but you don't have faced this thing you are hiding alone."
"I am always by your side."
These were the last words Frigga said before leaving the room. Frigga, how can I tell you this? How can I tell the whole Asgard people that they have been waiting to be slaughtered from the beginning?
Odin whispered to himself and looked up at Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil emitted a faint sparkle as if answering Odin's gaze. "My ancient friend, my time is running out."
"I'm sure my son will understand this situation and do what he needs to do,"
Odin said, and put his hand on Yggdrasil's trunk. Yggdrasil trembled, and a fruit fell next to Odin.
"This fruit had no magical effect or anything, it was a normal fruit. Thank you,"
Odin said with a small smile and bent down and picked up the fruit on the ground.
Odin ate the fruit in his hand in seconds with big bites and left the room after taking a last look at Yggdrasil.
Odin knew secrets in this universe that no one else knew, and he couldn't tell anyone.
At least it was like that for now.
"I hope I live until then," Odin whispered and walked towards the throne room. Asgard was in big trouble, and only Odin knew this.
No matter how strong you are, there will always be those who sit in the shadows and watch you. 17 time to return. 17 time to return.
Frigga left her room to go to the kitchen for dinner. She wandered around the labyrinth-like palace for a short while before reaching the huge kitchen hall. It would be unfair to call this place a kitchen. This hall was as big as a football field, and there was a dining table in the middle that was almost 20 meters long. This dining table was designed for large meetings and feasts, but there was only one person sitting at the head of the table right now. Odin was sitting upright at the golden embroidered long dining table waiting for Frigga without touching the food in front of him. "Am I too late?"
Frigga asked, seeing Odin waiting for her as soon as she entered the hall with a playful tone.
"I just sat down," Odin said with a small smile on his face. Frigga walked slowly and steadily to the side of the dining table and sat on the chair on Odin's right. There were some unexpected troubles in Hela's mission. "She won't be able to join us,"
Odin said, informing Frigga. Frigga nodded to show that she understood and took a knife and fork from the table in front of her and started eating. There was a big sparkle in her eyes and her smile never changed. Odin smiled too, seeing Frigga's smile, and started eating.
The two finished the food in front of them in less than an hour.
Frigga's plate was very clean, and it was obvious that she ate her food in a polite and tidy way.
"You lose yourself when you eat,"
Frigga said, giggling.
Odin's plate was a complete mess. The meat on the plate was scattered around, and Odin had a leg in his hand that belonged to an unknown animal. The meat on the leg was neatly cut by Odin's teeth.
"You know better than anyone that I love eating," Odin said, smiling. He put the bone piece in his hand on the table and wiped his mouth with his left hand, then gently waved his right hand in the air.
A yellow-colored, calm and peaceful-looking energy circulated over the entire dining table, erasing all the food and leftovers. Then it turned around Odin's body and cleaned his clothes and the corners of his mouth. Odin had been a glutton since he was born and ate many times a day. The ironic thing was that he didn't have to do this.
Odin would never feel hunger or thirst, even if he didn't eat or drink for a whole year.
He could feel like he had eaten and drank by consuming a small amount of his divine energy. After Odin's divine energy cleaned the entire dining table, the smile on Odin's face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. Frigga noticed the change in Odin's facial expression and also put on a serious expression. "Is the problem the frost giants again?" Frigga asked. There had never been a good relationship between Asgard and Jotunheim, and Asgard had fought with the frost giants many times. These wars were usually small-scale wars and did not last long.
Yes.
They crossed their boundaries and even dared to threaten Asgard. Odin shouted angrily and slammed his fist on the dining table in front of him. The table cracked with the force of his fist and a noise echoed throughout the palace. "Don't they always do that?" Frigga asked. "This time it's different."
Odin whispered.
"What do you mean?" Frigga had a puzzled expression on her face. The frost giants always challenged Asgard.
This was not something to exaggerate.
"They're trying to start a large-scale war," Odin said. "And they succeeded. A big war will break out soon." He added.
Frigga frowned and fell into thoughts when she heard these words.
"If they are so confident, they must have an important trump card."
Frigga whispered. The winter coffin.
Odin said. Frigga raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard this. The winter coffin was a divine artifact made by the frost giants. This artifact could only be used by the frost giants and contained eternal winter inside. "What do you mean?" "The use of the winter coffin was banned long ago. Don't they care about the reactions from other realms?"
Apparently they don't.
Asgard will soon send an envoy to other realms for an alliance. The winter coffin had been used once by the frost giants before, and the other realms had joined forces to suppress the frost giants. Both sides had suffered great losses, and as a result, they had signed an agreement. According to the agreement, the winter coffin would remain with the frost giants, but if they used it again, the other realms would not remain silent.
Very bad timing.
"Swain will return in 2 days,"
Frigga said, frowning.
"I thought about this beforehand, and I think it's time for Swain to join the war. Even though I try to keep him away from the eyes, this will become impossible in the future. Besides, I plan to send him as an envoy to another realm," Odin said.
Frigga's expression turned to anger when she heard these words.
"Have you gone mad, Odin? Putting Swain in a war will make him stand out and attract attention.
And you're going to send someone who is associated with the Demon of Secrets as an envoy for an alliance.
If you do this, they might think you're declaring war on them," Frigga said. For 500 years, Swain's name had become blurred and was on the verge of being forgotten.
Also, people thought he was very dangerous and a real demon.
"Don't worry, there is someone in the realm I'm going to send Swain to who is old enough to know him," Odin said. "Also, a voice inside me tells me that if I put Swain in a war, I can get him away from Asgard," he added.
As he said these words, golden sparks appeared in the depths of his eyes. Frigga couldn't say anything when she saw the sparkle in Odin's eyes. She knew very well what that sparkle meant. Future prediction.
It was one of the many abilities that Odin had, and it was undoubtedly a big factor in Asgard's strength. Frigga bowed her head and spoke with a worried voice.
I'm just worried about him. What if he's not the same when he comes back? After all, you sentenced him to 500 years of exile, even though he was innocent. Frigga said and paused for a moment. What if the one who returns is not our son, but a real demon? She added.
Odin gently reached out his hand and lifted Frigga's chin.
Don't worry.
Even if he is, he will be Asgard's only hope,
he said, and wiped the tears that flowed from the corners of Frigga's eyes with his finger.
I hope so, Frigga said.
I hope. Odin whispered uncertainly.
Finally, the time has come, Swain said, leaning against a wall.
His upper body was completely naked, and there were big scars all over his body.
Even though his regeneration was amazing, the scars caused by the big wounds remained. The last 400 years were very boring, he said to himself. He had no one to talk to for 500 years, so he often talked to himself. He had tried to chat with the lizard men a few times, but he had never succeeded in these attempts. In the first 100 years, he destroyed the Lizardman kingdoms and the Lizardman Empire, and absorbed the souls of all the Lizardmen he killed.
Unsurprisingly, Dormammu's avatar was the Emperor of the Lizardman Empire.
Swain killed him easily.
Actually, this disappointed Swain. He thought that Dormammu's avatar could match him at first, but the reality was a disappointment.
The only good thing about the avatar from the other Lizardmen was his physical strength and some magical abilities. Dormammu's avatar's power was not as the others said.
I guess Dormammu didn't care about this planet, or the Lizardman's physique was not enough to get more power.
Either way, this was very easy for me, Swain said.
He had a smug smile on his face.
After destroying the Lizardman Empire, he left the Lizardmen alone. His first reason for killing the Lizardmen was to find the avatar quickly, and he had completed this task.
Also, the Lizardmen's souls no longer increased Swain's reserves, so there was no need to chase them.
So Swain started hunting hollows. He struggled a bit at first, but as he gained experience and strength, this became very easy. Swain was attracting hollows to himself for some unknown reason. Whenever he went down to the depths of the cave, hollows would flock to him. Swain was not bothered by this. In fact, this was useful for Swain.
He absorbed the souls of all the hollows he encountered. He stayed away from the Gillians, though.
Swain had no information about them, and it was too dangerous to approach them to get information. 500 years passed by quickly. My demon energy must be equal to a third-level divine being, Swain said to himself. During all these years, by killing lizard men and hollows, his demon energy had increased a lot and had become more destructive. The only bad news was that his demon energy stopped growing. His demon energy seemed to have reached a limit and was not increasing anymore. According to Swain's estimates, if he wanted to increase his demon energy and break the limit, he had to assimilate more quality souls.
Swain was leaning against a wall with his eyes closed while time passed by quickly. When he felt a foreign energy, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead.
There was a portal in front of him that made him smile.
This portal was very similar to the portal that Odin had created when he sent him here. "It's time to return," Swain said, and got up and walked towards the portal. 18 cruel fate. 18 cruel fate.
Swain did not feel anything when he entered the portal.
He had no nausea or dizziness. He just felt like he was moving somewhere.
When he opened his eyes, he was in front of his old house. The house in the forest was quite worn out and covered with vines after 500 years. The trees and plants in the forest had grown excessively due to neglect.
Now this place looked more like an abandoned mansion than a mountain house, which it was. My home, my beautiful home," Swain murmured with a small smile on his face.
He loved this house, even though he did not like Asgard.
This house gave him a sense of belonging.
After staring at the old house for a few seconds, Swain finally decided to enter the house. He walked and opened the door of the house with a creak. Surprisingly, the inside of the house had not changed or dirtied at all.
There were no dust flying in the air or spiderwebs on the walls.
Swain looked around the house absent-mindedly. It felt strange to see his house after 500 years.
Well, I needed to take a quick bath. Even if I don't understand, I must smell like a dead body right now. Swain had only a makeshift pants on him.
Apart from that, his upper body was naked and had dried bloodstains. These bloodstains belonged to the lizard men who occasionally came across him. Frankly, the lizard men who met Swain were very unlucky, especially in a period when Swain stopped hunting them.
He killed the lizard men who came across him even though he stopped hunting them.
After all, it was very easy to kill them, and he did not need to move any muscle. He could kill the underdeveloped lizard men by using the judgment spell. Swain quickly entered a room with a large bathtub and filled the tub with bright, clean, and magical-looking water by opening the faucet on the side. He got into the tub without waiting.
"Ah, I've definitely missed this," he murmured to himself.
He had not taken a nice bath for a long time. He had wet himself a few times using the lizard men's water reserves, but these waters could not be compared to Asgard's magical waters. When his hair touched this water, the dried blood stains on it quickly disappeared and his hair shone as if it had come back to life. The same thing happened all over his body.
His skin shone as if it had been revived, and he began to absorb this magical water like someone who had found water after a long time. Swain was so drowsy at that moment that his eyelids slowly began to close.
Definitely better than hard rocks. These words were the last words Swain said before falling asleep.
He had a big smile on his face even when he was asleep. Knock, knock, knock.
The elegant and quiet door knocks woke Swain from his happy sleep.
He opened his eyes with an angry expression on his face and slowly got out of the tub filled with water. "I'm coming,"
he shouted and went to the bedroom to put something on. The bedroom was near the bathroom, so it did not take long to reach. Although he shouted as if he was in a hurry, there was no hurry in his movements. He slowly opened the wardrobe and examined the clothes inside slowly. After a long examination, he wore black leather pants and a black coat over it. He had not worn anything under this coat, so his chest and stomach were exposed, and the wounds on his upper body were clearly visible. Finally, he wore black boots and walked to the living room with the same slow, unhurried steps.
The reason for this was that he had to go through the living room if he wanted to open the door. But when he arrived at the living room, he saw that he did not need to open the door. The guest who knocked on the door had not waited for Swain and entered and waited for him in the living room. No one in Asgard knew that Swain lived here, and no one was wandering in the forest.
That's why there was no lock on Swain's door. Swain looked at the person in the living room with mixed emotions with his dark, bright eyes that glowed purple.
Frigga looked at the wooden door in front of her with a contradictory and fearful expression on her face.
It was clear from the wrinkles and blemishes on her face that she had aged a lot.
But she still looked very young.
A normal person who saw her from a distance would think that she was 35 to 40 years old.
Her son had returned after a long time, and Frigga had come to see him to talk to him and relieve his longing. But when she reached the door of the house, a feeling gnawed at her inwardly fear.
Frigga was extremely afraid because her son might not be the same as before.
Fate had treated Swain badly since he was born, but he did not care about them and continued his life. At least he gave such an image to the outside, but Frigga knew inwardly that Swain was suffering. During this process, only Frigga helped him, thus reducing Swain's pain a little. But Odin sent Swain to exile to keep him away from Asgard.
This exile could change Swain completely. It could turn his sons into a real demon.
Finally, Frigga gathered her courage and knocked on the wooden door in front of her gently.
Only a few seconds later, a shout was heard from inside the house. "I'm coming." Frigga could feel the obvious anger in his voice. She waited for her son to open the door with a small smile on her face. Frigga was still waiting. What is he doing? Frigga thought and decided to enter the house. She pushed the wooden door with her hand and saw the dark living room inside. After taking a deep breath, she stepped into the house and started walking towards the living room. Frigga could not help frowning when she stepped into the house. It was as if the atmosphere suddenly became heavier and pressed on her. The atmosphere was silent, as if she had entered the den of a predatory animal. It was hard to breathe.
Frigga did not move and stood in the middle of the living room waiting for Swain to appear.
Fortunately, this wait was not as long as the other. When she heard a sound from the room on her right and looked to the right, a pair of bright purple eyes were looking at her.
When Frigga's eyes made contact with these eyes, the already silent atmosphere became even quieter.
Frigga could not gather the courage to speak, and Swain felt too guilty to speak. She has aged a lot, Swain thought when he saw Frigga.
His mother had aged greatly, and the wrinkles and blemishes on her face did not escape Swain's eyes. When he saw this, Swain's heart tightened and not a single word came out of his mouth. Finally, Swain got rid of some of the guilt inside him and said a word. "Mother." After saying this word, Swain walked towards Frigga with quick steps and hugged her with great force.
It looked a bit strange because he had only one arm.
He hugged Frigga as if he would never see her again if he let her go. When he hugged Frigga, an incredible peace filled him and swept away the guilt inside him.
Seeing that her son was still the same and had not changed, Frigga smiled and hugged Swain and kissed him on the cheek.
When this happened, Swain let go of Frigga and looked at her with an angry expression on his face. "I'm exactly 535 years old, Mother."
"I'm not a baby, so don't kiss me." There was a fake anger in Swain's words. "You are always my little baby," Frigga said with a big smile on her face.
She looked at Swain with affection, and small tears were flowing from the corners of her eyes.
Swain saw this and raised his one arm to wipe Frigga's tears. "Please don't cry," he said. Frigga nodded and looked at Swain with affection. As she did this, something caught Frigga's eye. She walked to the wall next to her and pressed the rune spell that would light up the room. The room suddenly brightened. Swain raised his arm as if he was a vampire and protected himself from the light. It was clear that he did not like the light at all.
After lighting up the room, Frigga came in front of Swain and opened his coat a little and looked at his chest.
More precisely, the big wounds on his chest.
The more Frigga made Swain's chest visible, the more wounds appeared. Swain's upper body was like a field made of big wounds.
There were so many wounds that there was almost no place on Swain's upper body that was not wounded.
Even the wounds on his upper body extended to his right elbow.
When Frigga saw these wounds, tears came from her eyes again. She lifted her head and made eye contact with Swain. She raised her right hand and put it on Swain's cheek with affection.
"Fate never treated you well," she said with a sad tone of voice.
Swain looked at Frigga with an indecisive expression on his face. He took Frigga's right hand and lowered it from his cheek.
"That's why I will be stronger than fate," he said with a determined tone of voice. Frigga could not help raising her eyebrows in surprise when she heard Swain's words. Odin always told Frigga that Swain would fight with rivals who were stronger than fate. "If there is someone who can do this, it is you," Frigga said. "Besides, you have to do this," she added.
Swain looked at Frigga without understanding her words.
When Frigga saw this look, she tried to change the subject by saying, "Well, tell me what you experienced in Hollow Cave." Swain understood this desperate effort, but he did not dwell on it. However, the purple glow in his eyes increased, and he looked at Frigga carefully.
Frigga knew very well what this meant when she saw the glowing purple eyes. Swain's name was not in vain, the Demon of Secrets. He could learn the secrets hidden from him without much effort.
"She is clearly hiding something from me. I'm sure she has a reason. That's why I won't pry," Swain thought.
Frigga breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the purple glow in Swain's eyes decrease.
"It seems he doesn't care what I'm hiding from him, or he will wait until I tell him."
"I definitely raised him well," Frigga thought, and sat on the couch next to her.
When she did this, a cloud of dust flew from the couch and caused Frigga to cough. Swain smiled when he saw this scene and sat next to Frigga. "Well, let me remind you what I did in Hollow Cave." Swain had not seen his mother for a long time, so he wanted to talk and spend time with her as much as possible.
But before they started chatting, the door knocking interrupted them. Knock, knock, knock. This door knocking style was not gentle like Frigga's. Instead, it was fast and violent. Swain looked at the wooden door with the purple glow in his eyes. Guess who's knocking on the door?
19 conflict. 19 conflict.
Swain could see the energy and the intensity of the energy of the figure who knocked on the door.
The peak of the 3rd level.
Divine energy reserves are the same as mine. Swain thought this and slowly and cautiously walked towards the wooden door and pulled the door handle towards himself.
When he opened the door, he clearly saw the figure who knocked on the door.
It was a black-haired girl. She was wearing a black outfit that clung to her body, and this black outfit had green details.
Her height was almost the same as Swain's, maybe 5 centimeters shorter.
Her black hair looked like it was dried by the sun, and her eyes were green. She had black paint on the edges of her eyes, and Swain realized at a glance that the person in front of him was the dark figure he saw in his dreams.
Those dreams are definitely not normal.
Swain looked at the girl in front of him with a stern expression and waited for her to speak.
But before the girl spoke, Frigga's voice came from behind him. "Hela."
"What are you doing here?"
Hela heard this voice and looked at Frigga behind Swain with no expression on her face.
Hela's eyes had indifference and arrogance. Swain noticed this and furrowed his brows even more. Hela looked at Frigga and said,
Frigga,
I wasn't expecting you to be here. Swain heard these words and couldn't help but get angry.
no one in Asgard could call his mother by her name, especially in front of his eyes.
Why are you here? Swain asked in a threatening tone.
Hela heard these words and took her eyes off Frigga and looked at Swain. She had a small, smug smile on her face, and this smile was starting to annoy Swain.
Odin is calling you to his presence, Hela said.
She still had a smug smile on her face.
Frigga heard these words and said, Tell Odin I'll bring him.
Hela heard these words and the smile on her face disappeared and she frowned and said,
I'll take him.
And now?
She shouted at Frigga at the end of her sentence. This shout was the last straw.
Swain's eyes sparkled, and he took a step towards Hela with an angry expression on his face. Hey, watch your tone. You're talking to my mother, Swain said, raising his voice at the end of his sentence.
Hela saw Swain angrily and smiled and opened her right arm to the side. Just a second later, a hammer flew into Hela's right hand. What if I don't watch my tone? Hela said and looked at Swain's missing left arm.
Are you going to beat me with one arm? She added.
She was clearly mocking Swain.
Do you want to try? Swain snarled. Ha 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 ha.
Hela laughed for a few seconds and wiped the tears from her eyes with her left hand. Then she turned her back and took a step. Swain was surprised to see this. Is she giving up? Fortunately, he didn't have to wait long for the answer to this question. Hela suddenly turned and hit Swain's chest with all her strength with the hammer in her right hand. When the hammer hit Swain's chest, there was a small lightning explosion and it burned Swain's skin.
Then Swain flew into the house behind him and broke all the walls that came in front of him.
Frigga saw this scene and turned to Hela with anger and shouted, What do you think you're doing? Hela didn't bother to look at Frigga and answered. He disobeyed Odin's order. I'm punishing him. G-A-A-A-K. G-A-A-K. G-A-A-A-K. G-A-A-A-K. The crows flying in the forest started to scream with all their strength as if they were angry and flew around. Hela frowned when she saw the angry crows flying in the air and looked at the collapsed house in front of her with a serious expression on her face.
The walls that Swain broke while flying were visible and they were going deep.
Hela couldn't see Swain because of the darkness.
Don't tell me you died with one blow.
Hela said these words when Swain didn't show up for a long time.
Fortunately, her question was answered immediately. Actually, no one answered her.
The thing that answered her was dozens of red crows flying out of the collapsed house towards her.
What the hell is this? Hela was surprised to see this and swung the hammer in her hand to hit the crows coming towards her and successfully hit the crows in the air.
But she shouldn't have done that. As soon as she hit a crow, the crow made of red energy exploded and stunned Hela.
This stun created an opening for the other crows. Dozens of crows flew towards Hela with their last strength as if they had seen a piece of walnut and hit her. The crows exploded when they hit Hela and knocked her to the ground and didn't even give her a chance to get up.
When all the crows hit and exploded on Hela, Hela was lying on the ground in a crater with a radius of 1 meter. Hela had a few bruises on her body, but they healed in seconds. I'll definitely kill you. Hela shouted and quickly got up and turned to the collapsed house. She had a big anger on her face and she was grinding her teeth from anger. This was making an annoying squeaking sound.
I was going to say the same thing.
When these words were heard, a red glow came out of the dark rubble and only a few seconds later, Swain came out of the rubble. Hela and Frigga couldn't believe what they saw when they saw Swain.
Swain, whose left arm was cut off by Odin 500 years ago, had an arm now. Swain's arm was not like theirs or anyone else's. This arm was red and black and it was spreading an incredible pressure around.
Hela felt her thoughts getting heavier as she looked at this arm. Red energy was swirling around the arm and it gave the illusion that this arm had no physical form. Frigga and Hela looked at Swain's demon arm in astonishment, while Swain raised his arm and pointed it at Hela.
Asgard throne room. Are you sure there won't be a problem, sir? Asked a black-skinned man.
The man had hair and a beard. His hair was black and there were white hairs in it.
His beard was the same color.
This man was wearing a golden armor and holding a big golden sword in his hand.
But none of these things made the man stand out.
The thing that made the man stand out was his eyes.
His eyes were orange and they looked like they had a small universe in them. A normal person who saw these eyes would think that they could see everything.
And that was true.
This man was the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge and the herald of Ragnarök. This man was Heimdall.
He was watching the fight between the two siblings with Odin right now. "Don't worry, I'll stop them if it goes on too long," Odin said.
He had a big smile on his face and he was very excited for what he was going to see soon.
His son had returned after 500 years, and naturally, Odin was curious about how much he had grown. In front of Swain was his daughter, Hela. She was the goddess of death, and she was commanding the armies of Asgard with her current power. Hela had an endless ambition and desire to win. Her divine energy was at the 3rd level, but she could compete with the 4th level one. Heimdall nodded when he heard Odin's words. He was curious about the outcome of this fight too. Indeed, he had never heard or seen the energy that Swain used in any of the 9 realms.
This energy felt like the energy that the demons in hell used, but there were some differences.
For example, the energy of the demons was destructive, but it did not interfere with the thoughts of those around them, and it was not magnificent.
But Swain's energy was both very destructive and spreading an incredible pressure around, and finally it was very magnificent.
Heimdall was excited to see what this energy could do.
Let's see how much Swain has grown after 500 years.
20 war between blood.
20 war between brothers.
Hela became the favorite of Asgard and Odin shortly after she was born. She had an incredible ambition and desire to win. She also had the power to fulfill this desire. Therefore, the people of Asgard and Odin adopted her and pampered her. Hela's divine energy reached the peak of the 3rd level in just 100 years. With her special divine energy added, she was very powerful. She even fought with 4th level opponents in some battles and managed to keep up with them.
Everyone admired Hela's endless ambition and desire to win, but one person did not. Frigga always told Hela to keep her ambition under control and that everything had its time. Because of these words, Hela hated Frigga, her own mother. While the people of Asgard and Odin supported her, Frigga told her to be slow and calm. Of course, Hela ignored Frigga's warnings and continued to show her endless ambition on the battlefields.
This way, she quickly became stronger and became a commander of the Asgard army.
The opponents who faced her could not even get close to her, let alone injure Hela.
This increased Hela's arrogance.
She saw herself higher than everyone in Asgard, even Odin, and tried not to show it to anyone. This feeling grew every time she killed her opponents on the battlefields.
Then Odin told her about a forgotten brother. A brother who had been exiled to the Hollow Cave for 500 years.
Odin said to Hela,
"Bring him here when your brother returns."
Hela was very surprised and most importantly worried when she heard that she had a brother. If there was someone older than her, he would rightfully be the heir to the throne, and Hela did not want that. She had to show all of Asgard that her power was greater than her brother's, and that she was the true heir to the throne.
Hela came here with these thoughts, but things did not go as she expected. She was looking at a red energy arm pointed at her. When this arm was pointed at her, Hela felt a fear she had not felt since she was born.
Fear of death?
What is this ominous energy? It's definitely not divine energy.
Hela asked herself this question, but she didn't have time to think about the answer.
When red sparks appeared around Swain's ominous-looking arm, Hela realized he was going to attack, and threw her hammer at him with a momentary reflex. Hela's hammer throw and Swain's red energy beam came out of his arm at the same time. The hammer and the red energy collided in the middle and sent a shockwave around.
On one side was Asgard's most powerful weapon, Mjolnir.
It was made by the dwarves and given to Odin. Odin gave it to his daughter Hela. According to rumors, Mjolnir had a lightning spirit inside. This way, the blows struck with Mjolnir emitted lightning around. Mjolnir's powers did not end there. Mjolnir was enchanted by Odin, and if we don't count Odin now, only Hela could lift it. Also, when Mjolnir was thrown, almost nothing could stop it, and it returned to its owner's hand when called. On the other side was a beam of demon energy. Just a normal beam.
That's why it was impossible to stop Mjolnir.
When Mjolnir collided with the red energy beam, it did not slow down and continued to move towards Swain at full speed. Damn it. Swain realized that the energy beam could not stop Mjolnir, but he could not react. Mjolnir reached Swain in a short time and hit his chest, causing him to pierce the rubble of the house behind him and come out the other side.
When Hela saw this, the scared expression on her face was gone and replaced by a serious one.
She reached out and called Mjolnir back and waited for a move from Swain. That was a good hit. Swain said these words and came out from the side of the collapsed house and looked at Hela. Or rather, the hammer in his hand. You have a very good weapon. I don't usually use a hammer, but I'll take it from you after I beat you, Swain said. Hela didn't even bother to answer Swain. She threw her hammer at him again. Swain smiled when he saw this. He was expecting it. He dodged Mjolnir with a nimble move and raised his left arm over his head.
Under Hela's fearful gaze, Swain swung his left arm down with all his strength. At the same time, a crescent-shaped demon energy appeared and quickly moved towards Hela.
The crescent-shaped energy was splitting the wind and making a disturbing sound as it went towards Hela.
It was clear that the speed of this energy was very close to the speed of sound, maybe even equal.
No matter how fast this energy was, it had Odin's child in front of it. Hela pulled her body to the left with a nimble move, but this move did not completely save her from the energy. The crescent-shaped energy hit Hela's right shoulder and caused a deep wound to appear there.
Hela pressed her left hand on the big wound on her shoulder and looked at Swain with anger. She was clenching her teeth so hard that it made a disturbing squeak.
Don't tell me you're done with one hit, Swain said with a small smile on his face. I'll kill you. Hela left the wound on her shoulder and attacked Swain with all her strength. She called Mjolnir to her hand as she ran towards Swain and threw it at him when she got close enough. Don't you know any other words? Swain avoided the hammer with a small move and continued to provoke Hela with his words.
Swain's provocations worked.
Hela stopped defending and attacked Swain with all her strength. Swain blocked the hammer coming towards him with his hand and had to kneel on one knee. Maybe I shouldn't have provoked him. Hela's physical strength and agility were much better than Swain's. With the hammer in her hand, Swain had no chance at close range. When Hela saw Swain kneeling on one knee, she kicked him with all her strength. Swain blocked the kick with his one arm, but the force of the kick sent him flying and hitting the thick tree behind him.
The trees in this forest reached up to 100 meters in height, and their thickness was much more than normal trees, and adding the magical air of Asgard, it was very hard to break them.
Swain held his aching arm and looked at Hela from inside the tree.
If I want to beat him, I have to get serious.
When he thought this, Swain let go of his arm and looked at Hela with a serious expression. The purple glow in his eyes increased. Seeing the change in Swain's mood, Hela thought,
so he's finally getting serious. Then I have to get serious too. Asterisk and made a gesture with her free hand as if she was combing her hair up. With this gesture of Hela, a mask that covered half of her face, where black and green colors were together, appeared. Also, this mask covered her entire head, and instead of hair, there were black, long, and angular horns.
Swain frowned when he saw this. How many weapons does he have?
As if to answer Swain's question, Hela swung her arm.
At the same time, black swords appeared from her hand and went towards Swain. Swain reacted quickly and extended his hand to make a barrier appear in front of him. When the barrier and the black swords collided, the barrier trembled and cracked, but stopped the swords. After stopping the swords, Swain decided to attack without wasting any time. He swung his left arm, and at the same time, a red demon energy hand that was 2 meters long and wide appeared in front of him and quickly moved towards Hela. Hela threw Mjolnir at the big hand, coming towards her without wasting any time, but it was not effective at all. A hole appeared in the middle of the big hand, and Mjolnir passed through it and went towards the trees behind. Hela was surprised when she saw this and was about to make another attack when the red hand grabbed her and squeezed her with incredible force. A-A-A-R-H-H-H. Hela felt her bones crack and screamed in pain.
But the pain did not end there.
When Swain moved his arm, the big hand holding Hela also moved and went towards the big trees and hit Hela with great speed. The force of the blows caused Hela to moan in pain and the big trees to collapse. Finally, the big hand lifted Hela 20 meters into the air and then dived down with full speed and hit Hela to the ground and disappeared. When Hela hit the ground, a sinkhole with a radius of 2 meters formed, and the shockwave caused the nearby leaves and tree branches to fly.
Blood was coming from Hela's mouth and nose, and she was lying on her back in the center of the sinkhole.
After lying for a few seconds, she turned with difficulty and got up.
"Damn it," Hela whispered.
She couldn't believe what was happening. She had always been the strong side since she was born, but not now. The anger inside her was boiling and activating her divine energy. "No," Hela shouted and then turned to Swain.
"I will beat you and show the people of Asgard that I am the true heir to the throne,"
she added and swung her arm, throwing black swords and knives at Swain. Swain had a sadistic smile on his face and didn't even listen to Hela's words.
He had already succumbed to the adrenaline caused by the war and was thinking of nothing but fighting.
He easily blocked the black swords coming towards him with a barrier spell and ran towards Hela, forcing her into close combat. Just 2 minutes ago, Swain was not Hela's opponent in close combat, but a lot changed in 2 minutes. Hela's internal organs and bones were damaged, so her physical strength and agility were greatly reduced. When Swain and Hela engaged in close combat, the force of their blows created shockwaves and made small explosion sounds.
A silver hammer flying in the air was seen from time to time. As the war continued, the thick trees around began to take heavy damage, and some of them collapsed directly. Meanwhile, Frigga was standing near the collapsed house and watching her children hurt each other with astonishment and fear. She would have tried to stop them if she could, but she couldn't. After Hela was born, Odin sealed Frigga's magical energy and increased her life energy by a large amount.
Despite the increase in life energy, Frigga lost all her magical abilities. So she had nothing to do but watch her children kill each other. Fortunately, the war did not last long. Swain took a step to the right to avoid Mjolnir thrown by Hela, but it was a trap. "Gotcha," Hela said and swung her arm, sending a 2-meter-long sword that looked like a spear to Swain. Swain couldn't recover before the long sword entered his stomach and came out of his back.
"No!"
Frigga screamed with tears in her eyes when she saw this scene and started running towards the battlefield. Frigga and Hela thought Swain would die if this war continued, but there was no expression on Swain's face. He hadn't even moaned from the pain.
Hela didn't notice this because of her excitement and Frigga because of her worry.
Swain lowered his head and looked at the long sword in his stomach.
Even though blood was coming from his mouth, there was no expression of pain on his face. He held the sword in his stomach and pulled it out, then threw it to the ground and looked at Hela.
How, he asked himself, Hela? She had used the last drop of her divine energy to create a big sword, and now she had no divine energy left.
Hela watched Swain walk slowly towards her with a scared and surprised expression on her face. The most surprising thing here was that the big hole in Swain's stomach had already started to heal as he walked towards her. Everyone in Asgard, especially Odin and his family, had very good healing abilities. For example, the big wound that Hela had received on her shoulder at the beginning of the war had already healed. But Swain's healing was too extreme. When Swain came in front of Hela, he grabbed her by the throat and lifted her into the air. Hela tried to resist, but she had neither energy nor physical strength left. On top of that, she had no energy to move because of the damage she had taken from the inside.
Hela could only pray and look at Swain with fear. "Did you think such a small wound could kill me?"
Swain said these words as he saw Hela looking at him with fear and disappointment.
"A small wound? This wound is enough to kill a normal person. You demon." Hela said these words with her last strength, though with difficulty, and waited for death to come. "Swain, stop!" Frigga shouted and came to Swain's side and grabbed his arm. "Let her go."
Frigga's words were not like a request, and she was clearly giving an order.
Her confidence in herself was evident from her tone of voice. Maybe because of her son. "I hope you liked it. Also, I would appreciate it if you could give me some suggestions on how to write battles better."
21 mission. 21 mission.
Frigga's commanding and authoritative tone of voice reduced the adrenaline in Swain's body. Swain looked into Frigga's eyes with a slight frown on his face.
After a few seconds of staring contest, Frigga repeated,
"Let go."
"If our positions were different, I don't think Hela would let me go." Swain argued, "Maybe, but that's not the case right now."
Frigga said. Frigga never discriminated among her children and valued them more than herself. She did not favor her children and did not allow them to kill each other. "Are you really going to kill your sister?"
Frigga said these words when she saw that Swain did not let go of Hela. TCH.
Swain threw Hela harshly to the side and moved away from Frigga.
Frigga, who saw Swain throw Hela, looked at Swain with more anger.
"He has definitely changed after staying in that cave for 500 years. Frigga thought. Swain used to never question Frigga's words. When the crows flying in the air started to descend in flocks, Frigga looked at Swain with surprise. "Where are you going?" Frigga asked.
Swain was in an angry mood, and Frigga was worried that he would cause trouble.
"I haven't had wine for 500 years. I'm going to a bar," Swain said. As soon as he said these words, the crows quickly dived and started to circle around Swain.
When the crows completely closed Swain's surroundings and blocked the sunlight, Swain sighed deeply.
I'm getting too caught up in the war,"
he said.
"Don't forget to go to your father." These were the last words Swain heard before he teleported to the remote corners of Asgard. "My father,"
Swain said mockingly and giggled.
Odin never acted like a father to him since he was born. Swain shook his head and got rid of these thoughts.
When the ground he stepped on changed, the crows flying around him scattered and quickly rose and moved away.
"Asgard hasn't changed at all," Swain said, looking around. Even though he was in the remote corners of Asgard right now, the houses here were made of pure gold. In the alley where Swain was, there were only a few children playing, and Swain's sudden appearance scared them. "Who are you?" a child asked, pointing his wooden sword at Swain.